morning. Today is Saturday, May 13, 2017, and the time is approximately 9:03 a.m. in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. And we're broadcasting live from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. And today we're having a part one of our Mother's Day weekend. We have been streaming consistently on Sundays, but this weekend we're featuring a Saturday and a Sunday stream to honor Mother's Day. And today's menu is shepherd's pie, Japanese cheesecake, and spinach dip. And if you return tomorrow, we'll be making spring and summer Vietnamese rolls, 2 types of rolls. So let's get started. Good morning, Shining Bright. How are you? It's great to see you again. I'm doing well. It is finally, the weather here is getting more spring-like. And our last frost was May 10th. And we should be all set to plant some of our seedlings that have been growing indoors. We'll be transplanting them outdoors in the next few days. So we're excited about that. And we've been taking daily walks outside in the park. So it's good to be actually embracing the outdoors. Thank you. Well, I'm happy to see you. And we're going to have a very involved stream today with a few menu items. Pretty much the way I started when I first started streaming in December and January. I had multiple items sort of cooking at once and sort of tapered it down to just one item to keep the show to a reasonable time length. But with Mother's Day special this weekend, I want to cook a lot for everyone. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of us are experiencing gradually warmer weather. Just bring that back a bit. Okay. Maybe just fixing the camera view. I think it'd be better. Okay. So Japanese cheesecake. This is the cake that we feature on the banner of the Cook for Fun page. It is I would say it's cheesecake married to sponge cake. It's got the texture of a sponge cake with that subtle cream cheese taste, not too heavy. So it's not dense at all like most cheesecakes. It's got the flavor of a cheesecake with the texture of a sponge cake. There's actually meringue that is mixed into the batter, and we're doing a lemon one, so I will be squeezing half of an entire lemon to get that really bright lemon taste. And the first step is to use a double boiler to melt down the cream cheese, butter, and milk without overcooking them, without burning them or having them stick to the side of your pan. So we're going to double boil that, and I'm going to show you the hack that I use for the double boiler. And I'm going to adjust that the webcam too. It's sort of showing some counter space just to get okay, I guess that's okay. Okay. It's been over half a year that I made this. Yes. Okay. Oh, so Mother's Day. Okay. I should be more attentive to the differences between countries. Okay. So, well, happy belated Mother's Day to you. And Mother's Day, I recall, in March, where you are, is around the time that your birthday is and your daughter's birthday is. So that must have been a really great time. Yeah. And does Mother's Day land on the same day each year in the UK? Mother's Day is actually March 4th. I always say March, May, because it's so cold it feels like March, but it's May 14 in North America, but it doesn't always land on May 14. I think it's always the Sunday around this time. So I just put in a bar of cream cheese. This is your standard bar. Most people use Philadelphia. I just take the one that is convenient to buy. This is 250 grams. Yes, but it's a very standard size for your cream cheese. Okay, and you got butter and milk. And I always have to check. The recipe I'm using observes a different measuring convention that I'm used to. I always have to convert. So I have some handwritten notes where I've converted. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow. Your daughter was born on Mother's Day. Oh, that's so special. Oh, that must have been so much joy. Wow. So that's something to always remember. That's probably the best Mother's Day you've ever had in your life. Wow. And in the year 2000. Wow. So that's also a very special year too, because that was the start of the new millennium. Lots of specials for your daughter. What a special daughter. Yeah. And Shepherd's Pie. Yes, it's an English classic. And I was reading that in the UK, the classic recipe involves lamb, and in North America, people have substituted with beef. I suppose it's because lamb isn't as common in North America, and I see that a lot too. Some Middle Eastern recipes, the kebabs are replaced with beef in North America too. But I am actually using a blend of pork and beef, simply because I have a lot of pork in my freezer, and I wasn't sure if I had enough beef, so I just defrosted both, and I'm going to do a blend. But yeah, I've seen different variations of the recipe. I'm even including in the middle layer of the shepherd's pie mashed carrot. I've never seen that before. I saw it in a recipe and I thought, that should taste very nice to have that sweeter mash texture, flavor going on, because carrots are sweet. They mash just as well as potatoes do. So so this is something I haven't tried before, but I think I'm gonna like that tri-color going on, the meat at the bottom, the carrot, and the potato. Okay, yes. So yeah, Mother's Day, it changes. There's a lot of holidays that change. Oh, you nearly had your ton on April Fool's Day. Well, that would have been cute too. Yeah. Huh. Wow. Yeah. So that would have been a week apart. So I think you got the better of the two options, Mother's Day versus April Fool's. But for the babies born on April Fool's Day too, there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, cottage pie. I saw that reference as well. Yes, and I think in Australia they might refer to it as cottage pie too. I wonder how the names came up. So Sheppard. So I wonder if that has anything to do with farmers and the shepherd. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, wow. So it was your midnight Mother's Day, early of the day a special treasure. Good morning, Death Theater. How are you? Happy Mother's Day weekend. And where Shining Bright is viewing from in the UK, they observe Mother's Day in March. So it's actually, Mother's Day is not universal. So the Mother's Day that we're observing in North America is North American focused. So yeah, it's good to know that. Yeah, and then next year when it comes around, if it's always on a Sunday, then I should keep in mind of that. Then it's likely I'll be streaming on Mother's Day. So to do something very British, but I am doing something British today as well. Okay, so we're just getting the double boiler set up. We've got our brick of cream cheese, and I'm checking my butter measurement. Did I not write it down? The butter. Oh, okay. 4 tablespoons of butter. That has to be wrong. Okay, I'm gonna check for a cake. Yeah. Just gonna quickly check, double check that. I was converting between the measuring unit used for the recipe that I have to one that I'm familiar with. It might have said ounces, whereas I don't necessarily like to weigh out the ingredients. I like to use a cup measure or something that I can scoop out without weighing. Yeah. So I'm using a recipe from a website called Raza Malaysia. I use a number of recipes on that blog site, and I also give it my own twists as well. Yeah, it says 50 grams of butter, and I think I converted that correctly to 4 tablespoons, but I'll just double check. 40 grams butter to cups. Okay, so that's approximately 1/4 cup. That's good because the bars of butter have indices on them. There's a line at the bottom, and it'll show you like the where to cut if you want 1/2 cup, 1/4 cup, 1 cup. Yeah, just you see that little ruler, marked on the bottom. So I can just follow that. That's much easier than using a scale. Not everyone has a scale. Oh, and 1/4 cup isn't very much at all. So it's been a while. I've been making pastries and like pie crusts, and those usually involve more butter. So I'm used to using 1/2 a brick or 1/4 of a brick, and wow, it's only this much, which is I'm not used to. It's been a while. Okay. And I'm going to grab 100 milliliters of milk. That's in the fridge. It's perishable, so I always get that on stream rather than prep in advance. Okay, and just gonna measure out 100 milliliters. Yeah, I don't have the other cameras showing the stovetop area rather than on top of what I'm doing, but once I finish the prep here, most of the cooking will be done either at the counter or the stovetop. So yeah, that's how we did the setup. Last week we were doing rice pudding pies from Finland called Karelian pasties, and we didn't use a stovetop at all, and so the camera was facing, 2 cameras were here, one facing straight and one on top. Okay, we're going to switch over to the other camera and I'll show you the double boiler that I hacked. Okay, so a double boiler. What is a double boiler? There are double boilers available, but if you don't have one, you can just get a pot and a heat-safe bowl, metal or certain glasses. They will mark on the bottom that they are oven safe, microwave safe, and you can put it right in the pot. And the pot has to have water. I'm actually going to put in some more water. I usually use a smaller pot to do the double boiling. Oh, I wonder if you can hear me. I usually use a pot like this, put water in it, and then put it right on top. I'm using the bigger one just because it's higher and closer to the camera. But I'm trying it out too. I think I need more water, so I'm going to add water to it. Okay, great. Put that right on top. Turn the stove to maximum. We want to get it to a rolling boil. And then I'm going to simply cover it. The instructions say to stir it, and I will, but it actually takes a long time because the bottom of the pan, or the bottom of the bowl, heat-safe bowl, is not in contact with the stove itself. So it's getting indirect heat from the boiling water. That allows the cheese and the milk and the cream to melt together more gradually without having any of the cheese or the butter burn or stick to the pan, because we have a heat-safe bowl sort of as a buffer between the pan and the ingredient. And I'm going to keep that on high. Great. I'm also going to start boiling our potatoes and our carrots while this is boiling. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hi, Toxics. It's been a while. How are you? I recall that both of you are living really close to each other, Shining Bright and Toxic. Yeah. And we're making a English classic, shepherd's pie or cottage pie. Wonder if this fits. Yeah, it does. Okay, great. And I'll just put the potatoes. I'll just put potatoes and carrots into. I'll have them ready. I'll wait until we get the water to a rolling boil, and then I'll put the potatoes and the carrots in. I'm using a we're switching to the front, and I made a mess with all the appliances I have here. So I'm using a pretty big casserole dish because we're serving a lot of people. We're actually serving them tomorrow, but we're spacing out the cooking so that we won't get flustered tomorrow with trying to get everything done last minute. So we're cooking the cake and the pie in advance and making the dip today to chill overnight, and tomorrow we will be making deep fried spring rolls and also some non-fried summer rolls, so spring and summer rolls, and those have to be eaten fresh, so we'll make those tomorrow. My casserole dish is pretty big, and I want to make sure I have enough potato and carrot to do the layers. And you made a comment, Toxic, about the lamb. So in North America, the shepherd's pie recipe got converted to substitute the lamb with beef. And I've actually never heard of cottage pie or shepherd's pie made with lamb before. But when I read about it, it sounded good. I like all meats, so I wouldn't mind to try it. We actually don't carry. I haven't seen brown lamb in Canada before. Our lamb is usually bought off the bone, and it's really pricey here. A lot of our lamb is imported from New Zealand, and I think, yeah, it's about. It could even be more than steak. Buying steak here. Yeah, so I just want to make sure I've got enough potato. Okay. And for any leftovers, I will put the extra in a baking pan and eat that tonight. So, yeah, I don't need to fill this with potatoes, but I just want to sort of get a sense of how many potatoes I need. And I'll do more than I need just to be on the safe side. Okay, so from Wiki, any kind of, okay, so it's a pie made with any kind of meat. Mashed potato was called a cottage pie. Because a shepherd looks after sheep. Okay. Okay. And I wonder how it got its cottage pie name. Because I was thinking, yeah, shepherd and the farm, but okay, this is shepherd's the the lamb or the sheep. What's the difference? Lamb, sheep, and ram. Get confused. Okay, and I'm gonna add a few more because I want to make extra shepherd's pie here. So when I explain how it tastes like, I won't touch this dish because I want to keep this presentational for tomorrow's dinner. Yeah, just grab a few more. Okay, that's probably a lot. It's only a layer I need. That's probably too much. Because we're going to have beef, carrot, and then the potato on top. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. It might not even fit. Okay. And hi, oh my God, Pete, or OMG Pete, how are you today? Happy Mother's Day weekend if you're in North America. And if not, happy weekend to you. Okay, cottage pie used at the end of the 18th century. Lived in cottages in the country, started using potatoes as an everyday food. Well, this everyday food created in what they call the poorer area of the country is a beloved dish that is favored in many places. So, yeah, good food can come from anywhere. Okay. That's actually not a very nice sight. There's nothing to see. I changed the camera view. Okay. I do hear the double boiler. I do hear the rolling boil of the double boiler. Okay. Okay, let's check it out. Yeah, so you can see, oh, there's a lot of glare. I don't know if you can see, but is it hot? The butter is starting to melt, but the cheese has to pretty much be broken down by hand, and you can see it's boiling. But this is indirect heat. So I'll just sort of, it's not going to look sightly. I just mash this cream cheese, but it's still hard. It's not really mashable, so it takes a while. This part takes long. That's why I start it early, as early as I can, right when the stream starts. Okay, let's see if we got. You might not be able to see this as clearly because of the. Just boiling potatoes. So to the left or to the top for you, we're just going to boil potatoes and carrots. Yeah, and we'll have to get that to a rolling boil and add some salt. Approximately 1 tablespoon of salt for the boiling water. Yeah, I don't know if all these will fit in here. We'll just squish them in. And I'm excited to try, to experiment and add a layer of carrot. I can probably add a few more carrots. Before I do, I should chop off some carrot ends. Hi there. How's it going, SIBO 3E? It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Happy Mother's Day weekend if you're in North America, or a happy weekend. Yeah. And we're doing shepherd's pie, also known as cottage pie. We, instead of using, the original recipe calls for lamb in cottage or shepherd's pie, but we're using a blend of beef and pork for the base. And we will top that with a layer of mashed carrot and mashed potato. And I'm also going to shred some cheddar cheese for the mashed potato. That gives it some personality. I was talking to a food, a food artist, yes, a food artist, and this person is in the business of making food very presentable, and mentioned that it's hard to make mashed potato look attractive, so it's good to put something that contrasts in color, like a splash of chili oil or parsley flakes, which we're going to sprinkle on top. So we have the water boiling and just adding potatoes. I'm going to put as many that I can fit. Might have been ambitious and grab too many. Okay, it's easier. The carrots might have to sort of steam on top, or I might have to just boil them later. Yeah, I might do that. I'll just put them on top. The small ones. I'm gonna grab, this is a trick, I'm gonna grab 2 chopsticks. Just elevate it a bit and also leave a gap between the lid and the pan so that some steam can escape. I might just do it on one side, yeah, to keep the heat in. Okay, I'm doing well. Yeah. What have you been up to? Okay. I've just been cooking as usual and also trying to get this, our new home set up. I think it's going to be a few years before we can say that we've done everything we want to it, or probably that will never happen. Yeah. Okay, let's check on the... So it does take a while. So the butter's melted, but the cream cheese takes a while. I'm going to, okay, it's starting to, it's soften. So I'm going to just work. I'm going to mash it. So we're mashing the cheese now, the cream cheese, and later on we're going to mash the potato and the carrot. So in making the Japanese cheesecake, there's quite a lot of hot water involved. So right now we're using a double boiler to melt the cream cheese, butter, and milk. And when we're baking this cake in the oven later, we're going to use a bain-marie. A bain-marie is it's like a hot water bath for the cake. So I will show you. I'm actually going to use a disposable turkey pan, and add hot water to that, and also place our cake, which will be in a springform pan that's been wrapped in aluminum foil. We're going to put that aluminum foil covered springform pan with the cake in it right into the hot water bath and bake it. Bake that entire hot water bath with containing a cake in it, and that the moisture is supposed to help maintain the texture of the cake, and also I believe it's supposed to help prevent cracks. Yeah. I don't understand the bain-marie method too much, but I don't see it in a lot of recipes, but that's a very important part of making this cheesecake. Yeah, I've never tried baking that cake on its own without the hot water bath. Yeah, it's interesting what the techniques that people come up with. Good morning, Kenta 0456. How are you? Or good night in Singapore. Yeah, and I'm wondering if people in Singapore might be celebrating Mother's Day, or if that is really just a North American holiday today. So in the UK, Mother's Day was in March. Yeah, it's good to find that out. Then I'm not assuming that it's not good to assume the rest of the world is like where you're in, and that's actually very bad. It's not good to do that. Never assume. So the cream cheese, milk, and butter mixture are, it's, 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 melting very well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you, Kento456, for asking about my status affiliate. I didn't even apply for it. I figure because my stream is only casted once a week, this week it's twice a week. I'm not sure I would even be considered. A lot of the streamers that are affiliates or partners are streaming around 4 to 5 times per week, so yeah. And I did read that the viewership has to be quite high and consistently high. I haven't really tried to market. I guess cook for fun, try to I really do this for fun. and viewers, the viewers that want to join will tune in. Maybe though. But thank you for asking about that, and I know that you are a regular viewer, and I appreciate your support. Same with a number of you in today's chat room. Yeah, it's always fun to start streaming, click that button that says start streaming, and in a few minutes to see some familiar names pop up. It's always fun. Yeah. So it's melting quite well. I think I'm going to turn that off and put that aside. And then I can start the batter for the cake. So this is part of the batter. I would say there's 3 parts. There's the cheese, there's the dry mix with a bit of egg, with egg yolk, and then there's meringue. We're actually going to turn on the KitchenAid and whip up a lot of meringue, and that helps to give the cake the spongy texture. Okay, so I'm gonna put this aside. Okay, that right there. Okay. If you hear some talking in the background, that's my dad. My parents live down the street, on the same street as us, and so we always see each other. Yesterday, my mom prepared some soup and called me over to drink some. And after the streams, I always deliver the food. I'm gonna move that here. Ah! Splish splash. So my dad just came back from, I guess, a compost depot in the city. Our city has a free compost pickup program that starts in the spring, and it's always at 7 a.m. on Saturday mornings. Usually you have to arrive early. There will be a lot of cars lined up, and you bring as many buckets as you can find, and you shovel up as much free compost as you want. Well, there's a limit. It has to fit in the trunk of your car. You can't fill a truck. Some people try to do that, but you're not supposed to. There are guards watching. Yeah. Oops. I'm gonna tilt this for a bit, grabbing the box spreader. Okay. Okay, so in Singapore you have Mother's Day tomorrow. Interesting. Oh, sorry, did I miss one of your questions? SIBO 3E? Can you answer? Sorry. I might have missed it. I hope I can still see it. Check here. Oh, the cheese that you were asking about. Okay. What I had melting in the double boiler was cream cheese. Yeah. So this is a Japanese cheesecake. Oops. Why is it on? Sorry about that. I'm gonna mute that. I went to the web version of Twitch so that I could see the question that I missed. Oh, okay. I think I'm okay. I think I'm up to date. Okay. All right. So Japanese cheesecake is a cross between sponge cake and cheesecake, and rather than being a dense cheesecake like most cheesecakes are, or I shouldn't say most, that a lot of Western cheesecakes are, it's a spongy cheesecake. It's not a Japanese style of cooking. I'm just boiling them. And for the shepherd's pie, we're doing firstly a layer of ground beef with seasoning and some vegetables I will be adding to it, followed by a layer of mashed carrot and topped with a layer of mashed potato. And because the carrots have to be boiled, and so I'll do the potatoes. I'm just boiling them in the same pot rather than having two separate pots. But I will mash them separately. And I'm going to just shred some cheese. It's mainly for color, because when we have the mashed potato on the top, there was a food artist that told me it's challenging to make mashed potato look good. So the way to do it is to add a splash of color to it. So I'm just shredding some cheese. Yeah. I don't need too much. It's really just to highlight and add an accent to the mashed potato. And we'll also sprinkle some parsley flakes too. And another technique is to use your fork and rough up the top, add some texture to it so that it doesn't look flat and boring. Add some waves to it, maybe draw on it, add a big heart for Mother's Day. Oh no, your mom's not here. When do you get to visit Costa Rica, or have your mom visit you in Singapore, Kent? It would be nice for either of you to visit. It'd be fun for her to see your new home and to see the new environment that you're in, which is, it's quite different from Costa Rica, but it's still really, I guess, fusion, because I remember Costa Rica as being very lush and fusion. But yeah, I think that would be fun for her to visit when she gets the chance to. But do Skype and connect with her. She'll really enjoy it. And one thing I did when I was living abroad too was I found a lot of things peculiar that I'm not used to seeing when I'm back in Canada, and I would take lots of pictures and just send them, just email the photos over or post it to them through a private message on any app. And like they would enjoy it, and the next time we talk, they would be like, "What was that you saw? It looks so interesting." In a strange way, I was quite interactive with my parents when I was abroad, because there were a lot of new things to share. When there's nothing to share, it's kind of like the same old, like, you eat together, which is fine, which is great. But when they can see you growing, see you learning new things, meeting new friends, and building a life away, it makes them really, really happy to see you settling in. And so yeah, so you can stay connected even though you can stay close even though you're far. Yeah, so that was cream cheese. That was boiling. And now I'm shredding some cheddar cheese. Yeah, I don't need a lot. It's mainly just for accent, yeah. Save the rest for crackers or something. Oh, hi, B. Sultan. How are you? Thanks for tuning in again. You missed the start, so what did you miss? Not too much. As you can see in the small webcam, we have some carrots and potatoes boiling. Nothing special. We're doing a shepherd's pie. So that's special. The shepherd's pie is special. It's also known as cottage pie in the UK. And in it, we will have our layer of meat at the bottom, a layer of mashed carrot, topped with a layer of potato. So I'm quite excited about the layer of mashed carrot. Haven't seen that before. Saw it in one recipe and thought, that's got to be good to have that bite of sweetness or not bite because it'll be mushy, but that sweetness in the middle. Yeah, to add some character. And then to the very right, closer to the display of the oven, there is a blend of cream cheese, milk, and butter that was heated up or melted over a double boiler just to make sure that nothing overheated or burned, so that it wasn't in direct contact with the stove. There was the double boiler, the water as a buffer to provide indirect heat to fuse, to melt and blend those ingredients together. So that's a very important step in our Japanese cheesecake. So that's for another recipe. We're doing quite a bit of multitasking today, but I'll try to speed it up. Okay, you always add cheese to your mashed potato. Great, yeah, it's a good idea. And I like the brightness of the cheddar. Just sort of breaks up that yellow, or I don't know, mashed potato's not yellow, it's just beige. It's the color of my cabinets. It's just neutral. Okay, shepherd's pie is different to cottage pie in the UK. Yes, I learned that lamb is used. So we're using beef. We're actually using beef and pork. But I think cottage pie is just any meat. Oh, wait a minute. Shepherd's pie. Yes. Sorry, they're both from the UK. Shepherd's pie is lamb based, and cottage pie is any meat base, I think. Oh no, Chad, did I not get that up there? Let me just do a quick fix right now. I might get this wrong. Oops, what did I do? I did it. Sorry about that. So the way I fixed that, okay, so I have a width of 2,000 and a height of 50. I'm in my OBS software. I'll try to I'll increase that to, I don't know if that even makes sense, 2,500 to see if it's going to show it. It might just sort of be there. Is it showing? Okay, I'll try one more time. Okay, but that is bad on my part to not check that before starting the stream. Is it showing anymore? I see that, you know what, I do see in my, oh, is that the flag right there? So there's something off screen. Is that it? Okay, I think that's it. Okay, gotta increase the width then. I think we're slowly getting there. I'll try 4,000 for a width. But that's a lot of flags. Is that right? Is that the Irish flag? Ooh, it's still not fitting everything. That's not good. 5,000. 5,000. Oh, what's happening? It won't allow 5,000. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh, what happened? Did I make it worse? Something's happening. I think I made it worse. What if I hit cancel? Uh-oh. I can't add, oh, there's a limit. It won't allow me to add. Uh-oh. Okay, what I'll do. Okay, is that it over there? How come? That's bad. If maybe that. Okay. There's a limit on what the system can handle in terms of width. That's not good. So I'll have to figure out how to have the flags go onto a second row. Uh-oh. Okay. But is that the Irish flag? The one to your right? Is that Irish flag? Ah, okay. So I'm gonna leave it like that. I don't know which flag I just cut off to the left, but anyone noticing their flag missing could speak up. And we will fix that problem. Probably we'll have to fix it by doing a second row because there's a limit on the width. I can't get them in. Yeah, I can do like that, but then I cut off like a stripe and a half. See? Yeah. Okay. I'll make sure it's all on there. I will try that down on the sides. Yep. Yeah. Ooh, I wonder. Okay, we'll probably have to do two separate displays. A flag 1 and a flag 2, and then then they can be bigger and they can be on the sides. Oh no, we need all the flags there. It's just temporarily. We'll make sure. That's the reason why I got cut off. Oh, that was Trinidad and Tobago. I know who that viewer is. That person isn't on yet. So. But it's not intentional. Just we didn't know that it was cut off. Yeah. But we'll get that fixed. And I'll try that idea of having them on each side. The Irish use shepherd's pie with either lamb or beef. Okay. Hi, it's Waga. How are you? Ni hao. Ni hao is Mandarin for hello. It means ni means you and hao means good, like you good. That's how you greet people. Like you say them you're good. Like you're good, like greetings, like so. Okay, I'll just put this perishable back in the fridge, which is the cheese. Okay. So we've got our cream cheese butter milk mixture. There's a lot of steps to this cake, so yep. But it's a good cake. It's probably my family's favorite. Okay. And I've got a lot. You can't see what's happening off camera, but I have a lot of ingredients here. I have a lot of bowls. Because there's a lot of dishes that are being streamed today. Okay, so, and I am going to measure some Ingredients for the dry batter. Okay. So we're going to mix together flour, cornstarch, and salt first. We're going to use cake flour, and just to let you know, cake flour could be substituted with all-purpose and cornstarch. If you don't have cake flour, we bought cake flour because we make this cake kind of often. And it just makes it easier than having to blend your all-purpose flour and corn flour. Corn flour is also known as cornstarch as well. So, yeah, ingredients often have different names. And the difference between cake flour and all-purpose flour is that it's a bit finer, but it's finer because it's just finer, a little bit more finer. It's not very, very different, and that's why people often hack cake flour by mixing a combination of all-purpose flour and cornstarch. And you can look up the recipe on how to substitute cake flour with all-purpose flour and cornstarch. But I happen to have cake flour, so I'll go ahead and measure out 60 grams of cake flour. Okay, I did measure that. I did convert that as 9 tablespoons, 9 3/5 tablespoons. So I'll go ahead and do that. I do have a scale here, but not everyone has a scale, and I like just using a measuring device other than a scale. So I'm gonna count 9 of these. I've never done that before. 9's quite a lot. I'll use the back of this butter knife, so, yep. Hi, Luco River, how are you? Yeah. Happy Mother's Day. I think you're tuning in from North America. So that was 2. I have to count. Okay, 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And 3/5. That's just a little bit more than a half of this. I'm not too worried if I'm a bit off, and I could have been off if some of my spoons were heaping spoons. So I'm just eyeballing 3/5 of a tablespoon. Okay, and that's actually not a lot of flour. I mean, when you look at the proportion of the cream cheese, milk, and butter mixture, it's not a lot of flour. And then cornstarch, okay, 20 grams. So 20 grams is 1/3 of 60 grams. That's 1/3 of 9. So that's approximately 3 tablespoons of cornstarch. Okay. Okay. I think I missed some of the chat, but Shining Bright is half English and half American. And I saw someone else mention something about their background too. And Chaz is half Irish and half Brazilian. Wow, very different. Yeah, nice. Very cross-cultural. Yeah. Yeah. My mother-in-law is half American and half British, but I think the British mix could be some Irish and Scottish. I guess, is Scotland considered part of Great Britain? No, there's Great Britain, there's United Kingdom, and then there's the countries. It's there's a lot to understand. It's very interesting. Yeah, Britain. Yeah. Ah, half English, half Iranian. I wonder, half English. We made pheasantjan. Were you, Sultan, were you tuning in when we made pheasantjan, which is this chicken stew with ground walnut and pomegranate molasses, and that was a lot of fun when we made that. It's so just like mashed potato in terms of food artistry. There's not a lot of color going on in pheasantjan, and so we added strawberry roses and pomegranate. Yeah, that was fun. And I gave some to my mom, and then she asked for a personal cooking class the next day. Oh, yeah. Okay, so three tablespoons of corn flour. So I did see a comment. So I don't often see corn starch or corn flour in recipes or in cake recipes, but corn flour together with all-purpose flour are used to hack cake flour, so I'm not surprised. Cornstarch has a much finer texture than all-purpose flour. Okay, so I think that's good. Okay. I haven't baked this cake in this kitchen, so the oven's different. Not that I understand the differences between ovens, but I do notice though when the foods come out differently. And just a bit of salt. Salt's back here. Okay. Salt. A quarter teaspoon. So I actually have that. But I would normally eyeball that because it's not significant. It's so little. Oh, okay. Okay, a quarter teaspoon. All right. Okay. Okay. We have a sifter, and I don't know how important this step is, sifting the flour. But I'm going to do it. So we have a sifter, but I don't like using it. A lot of the flour gets caught in between the straining layers. So there are two layers of wired strainer material. There's actually three, and there are a couple of wheels in there that help to rotate your flour around, and a lot of flour gets caught. So whatever flour I have in here and whatever comes out won't be the same amount, and then the recipe sort of gets affected. So I'm going to, I don't think this is important, but I'm going to use a strainer, and I'll just do this. Yeah. Since we have cake flour and cornstarch, and I suppose the intention of having those ingredients are to have a finer texture. We'll maintain that intention by sifting the flour. Yeah. Okay, see you later, Sibo. Have a great weekend. Oh, did I miss something about corn syrup? What did I miss? Corn syrup. Ah, okay. What did I miss? Oh, corn syrup. Okay, just a comment about who uses corn ingredients. Okay. Okay. So B Sultan, I know who you are now. Yes. Um, yeah, I'm glad you got excited about, and I made something that that appealed to you personally. It's always nice. It's always nice to cook for the viewers. It is. And, yeah, and that's what I enjoy most about taking on viewers' requests. Yeah, I think people have had fun seeing their requests made on stream, and people have had fun celebrating their birthday as well. Yeah. Well, I've had fun doing it. We learn a lot as well. So last week, the theme was we had rice pudding pies from Finland. Yeah, today there isn't a country theme. It's sort of a mix of foods that we're putting together for our Mother's Day weekend. Yeah. So I just sifted it. Yeah, I think it helps, but I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna mix it roughly, and then we have a big step ahead. We have to separate the eggs. We have to separate the yolks from the egg whites of 6 eggs. Okay, and I purposely waited to add the egg yolk in after mixing these ingredients together because I was worried that the heat from the cream cheese, milk, and butter might cook the egg. So I purposely just started the batter by mixing the dry ingredients first. Yeah. Okay. But I wonder if the heat from the butter, milk, and cream cheese would, I guess, neutralize the effect of sifting the flour if it would actually cause the flour to clump back together. So I don't really know too much about the significance of sifting the flour because in the end everything gets mixed together, and I don't know if it really makes a difference in the outcome. It might help it, but I just, with all the steps involved after the sifting, if I don't know, the fine granules of flour actually stays apart and keeps the cake light and fluffy. I don't really know. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up, but I just, like, here we have this clumpy ball, so I don't really know if sifting the flour helped. But it's often a step in making cake. And I've made this cake before without sifting the flour. I think it works just fine. Okay, the eggs. Okay. Okay. I'm just wondering if the potatoes might be done and I should take them out and let the carrots cook. So I'm going to check on that really quickly. Okay. Wow. So Chaz the Great lives in Dublin, Ireland now, and used to live in Rio. Wow. Wow. So you went from South America to Europe. Yeah. That is cool. Okay, B. Sultan lives in England. Ah, I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay, sifting allows you to break up the sauce. You get no clumps in the mix. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, I'll get some air into it, make it fine and light. Okay. Okay, so it does work. Okay. Um, hmm. Okay. And using this to sift is easier than using like this thing. The I find this a little weird. This is much easier. That's too complicated for something. It's just, I think this is a marketing gimmick. Okay, let's check on the carrots. Okay. Might just keep it quiet. Okay, I'll just. Yeah, I don't have a mic. Like a headset. Okay, just poke. Some of these potatoes are big, so I'll just let them sit in the warm water. Yeah. Okay, but we're not going to get a lot of carrot. I couldn't fit a lot in here. I could start another pot. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, that's a lot easier. I can do that fairly easily. Because it won't take too long to cook, so I'll do that. Am I mashing the skins off? I'm actually keeping them on. It might not look, that's sort of a personal preference, whether you like to keep your skins on or off. I like them on because of health reasons. Potato skins are very good for you. A lot of the nutrients are right under the epidermal layer of your vegetables. For any vegetables and fruits, like eating the skins of apples, they're healthy. So yeah, I am going to keep the skins on. It will also add to the color of the mashed potato. But some people don't like that. Like some people perceive that as dirty. The potatoes are clean. And especially once the water is, dumped out, I think most of the dirt came off in the boiling water. So that's my preference. I'm not really worried about that. I think it's cleaned after the boiling, and I could give it a rinse as well. But the water is all brownish and I'll cut off anything that I don't want in the mashed potato. Any bruising that I might notice now. So there's just a bit of water that's causing that. It'll go away, that sound. That crackling sound from the water on the stove. That's quite a lot. Yeah, I don't want to wipe that because it's hot. Okay. But if you prefer, you could take off the skins. You could take off the skins after you boil the potatoes, or you can do it before. It's probably better to do it afterwards. It's easier. It slips off a lot easier. As for carrots don't have skins. People think that the outer layer is skin. It's not. It's weathered. It's just, it is the same vegetable. I guess the flesh or the internal part of the carrot and the outer part, they're the same. It's just that it's been weathered because of its exposure to outside. So you can eat that as well. Yeah, so that's something I learned very early on, that a lot of nutrients are right under the epidermal layer of your vegetables. Science. Yep. Yeah. So I don't know if I should stare at this. Okay, I'll start the eggs. Put this on a medium heat so it won't overboil without me knowing. And work on the eggs. And yeah, we're a little cluttery today because of all of our menu items. So don't mind the mess. Oh, so Shining Bright is making cottage pie. Now you fancy making a cottage. I love the word fancy. Fancy to see you today. Fancy is a nice word to use. Don't use it a lot, so it sounds. I like that. I know you might use that a lot in the UK. That's part of your speech. It's, yeah, I like that. I like that term. So separating the egg whites from the egg yolks. I use my hands. I'm gonna wash them. You can buy separators. They pretty much look like large strainers with lines on them to get the egg white to ooze out and the yolk to stay behind. But I'm gonna use my hands. I saw that on TV. Okay, and I had to prepare a lot of bowls because there's a lot of ingredients going on in today's cooking. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Claire is me. How are you? Welcome to Cook for Fun TV. Yeah, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. And we are working on a Japanese cheesecake. We've got some ingredients, potatoes and carrots, boiling for our Sheppard or cottage pie. Yeah, and while the cake and the pie are baking, we are going. It's not pie. I love the differences in terminology. Pie. Some people would refer to the shepherd's pie as a casserole, but I like that. And yeah, and I recently learned that in the UK, the word pudding can refer to a pie, whereas in North America, pudding is custard. It's quite different. So I like learning the differences. So while the pie and the cake are baking later, thanks so much for the follow, Raz and Roland. Welcome to Cook for Fun TV, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. We have quite a lot of viewers today from the UK. That's really, really nice. I wonder if more viewers tend to be from people that are in the same time zone as we are in Canada, or in Toronto area of Canada, which is the Eastern Standard Time Zone, same as New York. It's nice to get people from far and wide. Yeah. Ah, okay. Shepherd's pie is a pie, pudding is a cake. I like that. And yeah, I should be attentive to that too when I'm explaining things, not to make sure I get the lingo, or at least differentiate to make sure we're all on the same page. Ah, okay. You have an egg separator. That looks like 2 tablespoons. Okay, time to get all gooey. Okay. I can actually, I'm actually just gonna, what am I doing? There's all, okay. I'm gonna put the egg yolk straight into this egg, cheese, milk, and flour batter. And the whites are gonna be, oh, the whites are gonna go, I don't need any bowls. Let's try to minimize clutter. Okay. The egg whites can go straight into the mixing bowl because we're going to make a meringue using the egg whites and some sugar and some cream of tartar. Okay, gotta get the motion right. Okay, so just open it up and then, okay, it's actually, I'm not using my hand yet. I'm actually letting it ooze out on its own. Oh, that actually works. So I don't need, well, my hands are already gooey, but. Okay, it's 3:22 p.m. in the UK. Uh-oh, I hear something. Okay, egg yolk. All right. Okay, not a big deal. It's just water. Okay. So I want to get a lot of, I want to boil more carrots. I really like the idea. I like the idea of having mashed carrot as a middle layer for the shepherd or cottage pie. Okay, back to the front. Gooey, yes. Ah. Yes, I'm gooey. This is actually not difficult to do, just by sort of passing the yolk back and forth between the shell. The white is coming out. Good. Okay. And I actually save the eggshell and use it as fertilizer for my garden. I will wash them, so I'll just toss them into the sink, wash them, and dry them. Just put them on the windowsill where they'll dry in the sun. And I can ground them up in a food processor, or just sort of crunch them, or put them in a bag and step on them, and then sprinkle them into the garden. Yeah. Have I ever made strawberry and blueberry tart? I haven't. My aunt-in-law makes a really good blueberry pie. She picks her own wild blueberries, and they have these bells to scare away, or at least not scare away, but to, well, yeah, scare away the bears, because it can be, yeah, you don't want the bears around you when you're picking the berries. And she packs her pies with lots of blueberries. And she makes a jam and often gives us a jar. Yeah. Yes, Luco River. Yeah, beef is often used in North America for shepherd's pie rather than lamb. I would love to make a lamb shepherd's pie. That would be really, really good. But we can't find, at least not for me, I can't find ground lamb easily here. Anyone know why we don't get white eggs? Oh, so the eggshells are a different color in the UK. Interesting. When I was living in Hong Kong, The egg yolks were very orange. They were like the shade of orange was really, really bright. Yeah. Yeah, I think B. Sultan's referring to the shell being white. So are your eggs in the UK a different shade? Like maybe like a ivory or maybe a yellowish? Hello to my Tony Manstrand. Oh, welcome to our show. Thank you for joining Cook for Fun TV, and thank you for using the Winston emote. Winston, pizza, and cat. Yeah, he did walk. He did walk over earlier, and Mr. Cook for Fun let him outside. So, oh, yeah, I was talking about eggshells. So, Mr. Cook for Fun is putting together a garden bed right now, a raised garden bed, using a German method called the Hugelkultur garden bed. The garden bed is raised, and he used cedar wood to build the frame for it, and yeah, he's filling it with a mix of soil and compost, including eggshells. Yeah, so we're excited. I think next week we will be planting our seeds that have been germinating indoors. We have like 11 varieties of vegetables. A lot of them are the same vegetable, but different type, like different type of peas, different type of tomatoes. Oh, okay. The shell is determined by the type of chicken. Okay. That makes sense. Different parts of the world, different chickens. Okay. Okay, I'm going to wash my gooey hands. Okay. Ah, you can see the mic. Trying to keep the view neat. Okay, I'm just going to mix the, just gonna stir the egg yolk in. Yeah. So we know that the batter isn't warm, so the egg isn't going to cook. Oh yes, brown. I've seen eggs with brown shell. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, that's those. I had a lot of eggs like that in Asia that had a brown shell. Oh, you miss Winston. Winston will come around to say hi. He's being a sleepyhead. He's so funny. He likes to... he's very attached to people. He's very much a people dog. And he will gravitate to where the people are. If someone sits on the couch or sits on the bed, he will immediately go towards that person and fall asleep. And within seconds, he'll start snoring. It's the cutest thing. And he's also a very loud snorer. Considering his size, it's so cute. Yeah. His nose is very small and flat, and like the sound of his snoring is really loud. Thanks so much for the follow, Marston TV. Let us know what country you're tuning in from. We're just stirring up the batter for Japanese cheesecake. And we have potatoes and carrots that are boiling to make to use for the shepherd's pie or the cottage pie. Has it warmed enough to plant seedlings? I think we need another week. Mr. Cook for Fun is convinced we can put them out now. Some of our plants are only an inch high. I think they won't. I think they need more time inside. But here are our zucchinis. So there's actually 3 zucchini plants in here, and yeah, they're doing really well. So I can actually see some flower buds forming, which will be where the fruit will grow. So I think some of our taller plants, like the zucchinis, are ready. Our zucchinis and our peas are quite tall. Yeah, so it's quite lumpy, and that always happens. I don't know why. I could use a whisk. I'll just get everything caught in between the metal of the whisk. I don't think it would. I can use a potato masher. That might help, actually. Then I can give it a rinse and a mashed potato with a potato masher. That might help. Or at least I'll use a fork. Oh, that's your joke. Don't I have a bed in my home? Yes, I have a sleeping bed and a garden bed at home and a garden bed outside. Garden bed. That's better. It's actually working the lumps out much better using a fork. Potato masher would work too. But that might be a little funny. Duck eggs are white in the UK. Yeah, I've seen, we have duck eggs here too, and they're also white. Don't put eggshells in the garbage disposal. Yeah. We have a pretty good recycling program in my city here of Markham. So every Thursday we have recycling and compost pickup. And compost includes a lot of items, our kitchen waste, even our bathroom waste as well, like tissues. Yeah. And every second Thursday we have garbage disposal. So we have a limit on our garbage, but we have no limit on recycling and composting. Yeah. And if you get it wrong, like if you put garbage in the recycling bin, you will get a letter. And you could get fined because you're supposed to follow the instructions and observe the waste and recycling program properly here. Hi, Wizzo940. How are you today? Thank you for tuning in again. Yeah. It's Mother's Day weekend in North America, and Singapore seems to be observing it. Yeah, but I know that Mother's Day in the UK is in March. Yeah. The fact that a lot of viewers today are from the UK makes me self-conscious that I sort of titled my stream Mother's Day and it's not Mother's Day, and a lot of viewers here are not celebrating it. I sort of feel like the fact that I'm making shepherd's pie or cottage pie, which is a UK classic, sort of makes up for it. So I'm like, yeah, I'm sort of feeling self-conscious that I didn't notice that before planning the stream. to be very mindful. Yeah. So the fork is actually very effective at breaking down the cream cheese clumps. What's my plan for zucchinis? I think I recall you were on a stream previously and you mentioned about canning, doing some canning or making your own jams. So there was a streamer mentioning about zucchini relish. Was that you? I'm not sure if it was, but that came up in one of our streams, zucchini relish. But our plan is just to eat, just to eat it. Yeah, just to cook anything with it. Yeah. We've never tried canning, and I don't know how many vegetables we'll get in our harvest. If we get a lot, we will have to look into canning. Probably stream that too. Never tried it before. Yeah. But we have quite a collection of jars that we haven't thrown out or recycled. Hi, Rose and Roland. Yeah, how are you? I'm sorry I can't read your comment, each finger. And what country are you tuning in from? Yeah. Okay, thanks for translating. Shining bright. Okay, the not nice. Okay. Yep. I haven't seen that happen. Someone getting, and it's not like the letter would go to your mailbox. So in the community that I live in, we don't have our own mailboxes. We have community mailboxes. Everyone has to go to an area where all our mailboxes are. So so the letter wouldn't come by mail. I think there would be a sticker on your garbage bag, and it wouldn't be collected. Everyone else in the neighborhood would have their garbage picked up, their garbage bin overturned, except yours, because you didn't follow, you didn't comply with the regulations of the municipality. So I had noticed once, we had our garbage in a black garbage bag. We had just moved in, and our garbage is supposed to be in a clear bag, or you can use a non-clear bag and put it in a garbage bin. And we hadn't bought our garbage bin yet, so we had it in a black garbage bag. And the collection person put a sticker on it saying that it wasn't collected because, and there's a list of different reasons, and they ticked off like not in a clear bag. Okay, see you later, Wizzo 940. Have a great weekend and see you next time. Enjoy your day. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, so messy here. Okay, let's start our meringue. So our potatoes and carrots will be overboiled, but that's good. It makes it easier to mash. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Haven't done this in half a year. I'm a little bit rusty. Okay. So egg white and cream of tartar and the sugar. Using 1/3 cup of sugar. The recipe calls for a lot more sugar, but I find that the original recipe, the sugar, I find that when I follow the original recipe, it's too sweet. And I'm missing my 1/3 cup. I have my quarter and my half. Where is my 1/3? So right here. Okay. Now, give it a wipe. It's been dusty sitting in. Okay. All right. Hope it's not too loud. I'll bring it a little bit away from the mic. It's gonna be loud. These gadgets are loud. Okay. You can also use a hand mixer as well, but it has to be electric, unfortunately, because a lot of air needs to be whipped into the egg white to create the meringue. So you can use a hand electric mixer as well if you don't have one of these. This is definitely an indulgence. It's, yeah, I didn't have one of these for a very long time. Kind of inherited it after getting married. Okay, that was you with the relish. That's why I like, something when you asked about the zucchini, and you did mention that zucchini relish is delicious and it goes well with a lot of food. I remember that conversation and thinking that the zucchini relish will like go nice with like some savory dishes. Yeah. So I'll look into that, and I think we will get quite good harvest for the zucchini as they're growing really, really well. A lot of our other vegetables didn't make it. It's really cold in Canada and we don't have a hot house here, but yeah, okay. Before putting it on, I have to put this in. Okay. Okay, there, okay. Make sure it's on. Hi, King Boris, 2G, how are you? Thanks for tuning in again. Oh. Okay, we've got some moderation happening in the channel. Thank you for catching anything that needs to be moderated out and contributing and volunteering to keep our chat community healthy and a good community. Thanks for doing that, shining bright. Okay, King Boris, did you make some Vietnamese prawn curry recently? If you add our channel on Twitter, I would be happy to see some of your cooking creations that you've done. Yeah, you can always post on our Twitter page. Yeah, it's /Cook for Fun TV. Oh, you don't like people to gawk at your garbage? Yeah, they'll notice, huh? There's a lot of rules about garbage here. In the community park that's just outside my house, some garbage cans have been removed because people try to dispose of their household garbage there. They don't want to wait every 2 weeks to throw out their garbage. And you have to, the whole purpose of the program and the scheduling is to get us used to eliminating garbage and making sure we sort our garbage and recycle and compost when we can, reduce, reuse, recycle. So yeah, garbage, monitoring garbage is a big deal in our area. What size area are we growing our vegetables in? So our garden beds, my husband bought these like long, these 10-foot. So I think the length of each garden, there's 2 garden beds. I think the length is 10 feet. The height is like just above my knee, like maybe like that or something. So that's 2.5 feet. Oh, you can't see, 2.5 feet. And then the width is like 3 feet. So it looks, okay, this is morbid, but it looks like it looks like a raised coffin. So that's about the size of our garden bed. And yeah, it won't be enough. It's a little peculiar to have this hugelkultur bed because we have quite a lot of people in our neighborhood who grow vegetables and they've been doing it for years. And well, a lot of people just grow it in the ground. They add their gardening soil or topsoil. My husband wanted to try this hugelkultur method that he found online. It's supposed to retain moisture so that you don't have to water it as often. It produces very rich soil because you have to add all kinds of things to your soil. You have to layer it with twigs, compost, and yeah, it's supposed to be very nutritious soil. So yeah, it's an interesting project. We'll see how it turns out. Yes, you mentioned your tomatoes. You said every day you were getting, like, every day that many tomatoes. That's a lot. Like, daily. It's not over a course of a few weeks. But that's great. And you should share it. So my neighbors, we share vegetables with each other. I used to live with my parents down the street. Now we moved into our own home, my husband and I, but there's a sport I do called slacklining. I do it in our backyard, and I would be slacklining, and a neighbor would say hi and throw over a bag of vegetables to us. It's quite utopian in that we share here in this neighborhood. Yeah, whoever grows what sort of like shares the extra with neighbors. Okay, so we're gonna start to make some noise with this. It's been a while. Is it plugged in? Why? Okay, it's not plugged in. I got it confused with the laptop plug because they're both white. Okay. So the egg whites, when they're whipped, will create a meringue. I have it on low setting. I actually have to bring it up, but I'm just sort of warming the machine up. I don't have to. I can go all the way. And we want I don't have a camera showing you. We want the meringue to create these, we want the meringue to form these stiff peaks before we stop the machine. Slacklining, yes, Luco Rivers. Every now and then I mention it on the stream, but I think it's sort of a mystery to a lot of people. It's a sport that resembles tightrope walking, except that the line is usually made of nylon or polyester tubular webbing, materials that are often used by rock climbers. It's a sport that grew out of rock climbing. During the off-season, rock climbers wanted to practice their balance, so they created slacklining by using their tools, like their gear, like carabiners and different webbing to anchor their slack line between two trees or very strong posts. So the difference between tightrope walking and slacklining is that the line is slack. It actually, it's kind of like think of a rubber band. So it's not taut like a tightrope. If you're, I don't know if I can hook it. If you're thanks for the follow, Protocol 35. If the walker, or they call them rider, that's like whatever, the hip lingo, the rider is on it, it will dip. So that's the slack. There's a bit of slack. Yeah, it's not like slack, like jiggly like that. It's just flexible like that. So like so you first learn to stand on it, right? You fall a lot. And then you start to get your balance, and then you take like baby steps, and you fall. And so it's just fun, and yeah, it's one of my passions. I can go on and on about it. Okay, I'm going to start to measure out the sugar, and I will. You can't see it; nothing's happening because it's too low. So I'm going to measure out my 1/3 cup of sugar and my cream of tartar. I think it's about a quarter teaspoon of cream of tartar. Okay. And slowly add it in. Wow, so you slackline, yeah. I mean, when you're inebriated, I think your balance or your ability to focus might be affected. Slacklining takes focus. You need to know where your center is. You need to look at something that isn't moving, like a tree, like the tree that the line is anchored on. Or a building. Yeah. So, I've never tried slacklining with a lot of beer. I'm not a risk taker. I'm quite chicken when it comes to trying new tricks on the slackline. I like slacklining for the meditation aspect. So, I guess there's a group called the Slackline Brothers, and they describe slacklining as moving meditation. Yeah. So I'm just slowly adding our 1/3 cup of sugar. Okay. Oh, okay. Hi, good morning, Gunsmith Cat. So it is almost 8 a.m. in the Pacific Standard Time Zone where you are. Yeah. Thank you for tuning in. And you mentioned you're not going to Toronto for now. Okay. Okay, well, yeah, let me know when you do go. And you mentioned that your cousin may have a restaurant. If it does open, I would love to check it out. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to just... I'm a little nervous. This is, so it's a bit loud. Okay. I'm actually going to turn it off because it's not whipped yet. I was just sort of pretending. I need to raise the speed. I want to do the lemon juice first. And once the meringue is ready, then I'll do the mixing. And I want to start preheating the oven. Yeah. So I want to just make sure everything's lined up. Okay. All right. I was thinking that before I even got to this stage, the potatoes will be mashed. Like the ordering of stuff has altered slightly. So I just want to make sure that we're good. Okay, so I've got my lemon. And I need to put lemon juice in here because we're actually moving along with the cake. And the pie doesn't take too long either, so yeah. Okay, use the bigger half. And I will get a chopstick to poke the seeds out. Gunsmith, you're still sleepy, huh? I always feel that way when I get up to get ready for a stream. But you know, the adrenaline starts to pump as it gets closer to 9 o'clock. Oh, the screen is so messy looking. I gotta fix that for you guys. You can see a lot of stuff. Okay. So we have a lemon seed that dropped in. So I'm just, the recipe calls for 1 tablespoon of lemon, but I really like the taste of lemon in this cheesecake. So I'm going to just squeeze as much juice as I can. Yeah. I stopped the mixer because the meringue is quite an important step. Um, Everything has to be ready before the meringue gets mixed in. Like meringue can sink. So after getting your meringue, getting your egg white to turn to this nice whipped meringue. I want to say cream, but it's not cream. It's meringue. It's egg white. It could sink, and cream of tartar is supposed to help keep its shape. So I do want to have everything ready before mixing everything together. And I do want to get a kettle of boiling water going because the bain-marie, the water bath for the cake, has to be ready too. And I have to also grease the springform pan, so I'm a little bit out of order. So we'll have to go back to the meringue. Yeah. Okay. So I have my lemon and just mix the juice, mix the lemon juice. I have a good 4 or 5 tablespoons of lemon juice. It's gonna be really lemony. Yeah. Okay, what's your tip? Yeah. Hi. King Boris. And I'm also going to grease the springform pan for the cake. So for the water bath or the bain-marie, I'm using a turkey pan. Yeah, and I'm also going to reuse it too tonight for the actual turkey. We're making a turkey, but we're not streaming the turkey since the turkey takes a long time to bake. So yeah. Okay. I'm like I'm fumbling with this. Okay. Hope this is the right one. I have so many spring. Okay, it's the right one. Just gonna make sure everything's. Okay. So a few things. I have to grease this up, and I also have to wrap the bottom in tin foil so that the water that we're going to put in the water bath doesn't seep in. It probably will. It almost always does. I don't really have a trick as to how to prevent that except to use as much wrapper to provide a barrier between the water and the pan as much as possible. So I'll just try my best. Okay. Okay, so this was a butter knife, using it for margarine. And this isn't the traditional way of greasing your. People often use a tissue and grease it gently. I go all out with the butter or with the margarine. It tastes good and it also prevents sticking. I'll get a spatula too. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm going to put that in my notes for next time. I've never seen that technique about cutting the top and the bottom of the citrus. Yeah. Then you quarter them, cut away, and then you open the cells. The other tip I heard of is to soak it in water. Soak your fruit in water and that will, by the process of osmosis, the pulp will plump up inside your fruit to so that more juice could be released. Okay, use a plastic storage butter. Okay. Plastic storage butter. Plastic bag to rub the butter so you don't mess your hands. Okay. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm doing it a really quick and dirty way. Extra greasy. Because I don't like it when I'm undoing the springform pan and it gets stuck to the cake. Like, that's just awful because your cake rips. So I'm paranoid. So I added quite a bit. That's quite a bit, but it'll taste good. So I'm not concerned. Yeah, so it's definitely not going to stick. Okay. And I also have to wrap the bottom with a couple layers of aluminum or aluminium in the UK. Yeah, that was. I like the differences. I like to learn the differences between how words are pronounced and Interesting. King Boris. She Who Knives. Shen She Who Knives. I've never heard of those. I'll have to look that up. Yeah. Knives are a collector's item. People get really territorial too about their knives. So I'm actually going to get another layer as well, but I often get water seeping in to the bain-marie. So, don't know. Just crumple it. And the aluminum wasn't that wide. Oh, I think my husband did buy a wider roll of aluminum. I should have grabbed that one, but that's okay. The standard size one will work too. Another one is. It's quite wasteful, and after I'm done baking this, it won't be dirty, so I could reuse it, to cover a casserole or to wrap sandwiches. Yeah, I don't mind reusing it for if it's been gently used. I don't mind that. So. Okay, you bought the Shen She Who knives precisely for doing. Oh, so I didn't realize there's a lot of precision cutting in Korean cooking. Interesting. I'll look that up. Precise cooking. Precise cutting. Okay. Oh, Nick Manthras. That's such a nice comment. Thank you for tuning in, and I'm glad you're finding the streams interesting. And that is such a major comment you're paying, or compliment you're paying. I'm responsible for your interest in cooking streams on Twitch. That's so nice. That makes me happy, and that makes me want to continue doing streams when people are happy. Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you. I don't think I've seen you either on in our channel, or in our chat. So let us know what country you're tuning in from. Yeah, and we like to share cooking ideas and also learn about other cultures too. Yeah. Okay. So So this is quite wrapped. I actually don't wrap it that much when I make it. Oh, that took a long time to preheat. Okay. Oh, and I should have got my hot water going for the hot water bath. Okay, 1 second. I'll just fill this up and I'll come back. Okay, just gonna boil this. But regarding your comment, Nick Manthras, I do feel like I should have done a bit more prep for today's show because I haven't done multiple menu items for some time. I did a lot of that back in December, and I really should have organized the logistics a bit better. Like while I'm prepping something else could be going. I'm sort of off my rhythm right now. Especially when I look at this mess. You can't see it, but there's a big mess to my right, your left, and like I should have everything in order. I just but thanks for that compliment. Wow. So these knives are so sharp. And do you sharpen them yourselves too with a sharpening block? Wow. Okay, great for cutting salmon for sushi. Wow. Have you ever prepared sushi? I've never prepared sushi. I wouldn't know how to buy the fish, even though I can buy fresh fish from the fish monger in the supermarket where you can see it swimming and you choose your fish. I'm afraid of getting the wrong part that could be that could have something like a virus in it or some a bacteria. That's the word. It's a virus, bacteria. Oh, you're from the UK. We have quite a lot of viewers from the UK, so I'm definitely going to dedicate this shepherd's pie and cottage pie to your group. And I apologize, it's not Mother's Day for what weekend for you. It is in North America, but it isn't, and a lot of viewers are tuning in from over there, so I just have to be very sensitive to the cultural differences as well. But I'm glad that something the cottage pie and shepherd's pie is definitely something that the UK viewers can relate to, if not the Mother's Day. It's yeah, because I don't want to the world doesn't revolve around North America, or like I don't want it to seem, oh, it's Mother's Day, therefore you ought to know it's Mother's Day too, because it's not like that. It's we're all unique, and so I'm feeling a bit self-conscious about that, but I'm glad that I can sort of make up for it by having the shepherd's pie and cottage pie. Yeah. A specialized knife cutting stand so it doesn't scratch the knives. Wow, okay. I don't know if you can see. I've got the magnetic knife rack. It's sort of like a deco piece as well. Yeah, it's quite fun, but it's important too to protect your knives. I have to make sure the knives are dry before putting it there because they can't air out. Yeah. But your specialized a knife cutting stand must be unique as well. Like, yeah. Since you probably researched a lot to get your Shan Shihu knives too. Probably paired it with a very nice stand, and you can probably think a lot of knives and get engravings on them. But yeah, my speaking of knives, and I think a gunsmith, if you're on, also went to a knife making workshop too. This is a knife too from a popular Japanese knife shop. It's a lot of people go to that shop just to buy knives, and I don't know. So my husband bought this knife. It's an expensive knife. It's a $200 knife. This is like $20. This is $200, and I don't use it. Like, I might use it sometimes, but I'm afraid of something happening to it. So it's just, yeah. I like to keep it really grounded. Yeah. Okay, so I think the water is going. So we're going to make our meringue. We're going to mix our batter with our meringue. We're going to have to fold it very carefully, being careful not to get the meringue to sink, because we want the air bubbles. We want like a really nice sponge cake. And after the batter is ready, we're going to put it into here. We're also gonna this is actually an 8-inch pan, but the batter could be used for a 9-inch pan. I'm gonna put the excess in here. So when I'm doing my social eating at the end, I'm not going to cut into this cake. I'm saving it for tomorrow's Mother's Day dinner that we're having at my home, and I'm gonna eat out of this one. This is a soup a soup bowl, French onion soup bowl, I guess. And for the cottage or shepherd's pie, I'm gonna make extra and put it in here. So I'm not gonna touch the one that we're saving for tomorrow, but I'm gonna make extra. So that's what we're doing. Oh, I have to grease this too. And I'm gonna grease it a lot. I don't know if it's gonna plop out of, the cake is gonna plop out of this. It's not a springform pan, so I might have to eat out of this bowl, but we'll see how we go. I've never done this before. I always use pans for cake. I've never tried using a heat safe bowl. A little bit nervous, but it is heat safe. And I'm using a water bath to cook it, so that should be a little bit safer than putting it straight in the oven. Yeah. Oh, you can't see. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 So let's. Okay. So our sugar's already in there. I'm just gonna fire this up to build our meringue and add a 1/4 teaspoon of cream of tartar. Unfortunately, I can't show you because I only have one webcam, and that's facing the stove top. It's really heavy though. I can't. So you can use an electric hand mixer as well. You need to whip a lot of air into the white egg, the egg whites, to get the meringue. It's a similar process as making whipped cream. I think we might be done. I'll just check the stiffness. Oh, okay. So I will. Hold on. What am I doing? Okay. So we've got like these stiff peaks. I think that's pretty good. I wonder if I can do a little bit more. So you can see the egg white turned into this cream. This is the meringue. But I wonder if I can get even more peaks. Okay. If I overdo it, everything will just collapse and we'll have no more meringue. So it does have to be closely monitored. Show you how that looks like. There's a handle. Okay. Okay. So there's our meringue, and it's got these like, stiff peaks. Okay. Yeah, it's like magic. This is a step I like. I like how the egg white turns into the meringue. I think it's pretty neat. So this is created from 6 egg whites. It's like magic. Okay, I'm going to get this out of the way because it's so big and we're almost done. Okay, so we have to fold 1/3 of either into the other, and then add another third, and then reverse. Like, I don't think it really matters how you do it. You just have to be very careful in mixing the two together so that the meringue doesn't collapse too much. It will collapse. It's not going to It's not going to stay this puffy, I guess. Probably can't get all of that out. I'll try my best. I don't like to throw it out. Like I like to scrape every last bit off. Yeah, but it's okay. That's good for now. Maybe. Okay. Oh, that's something on my. All right. So, okay. So I'll fold 1/3. It's nice. It's like a nice cream. Yeah, it does look really nice. It's like I want to eat it, but it's actually egg white. It's raw. It's not whipped cream, but it looks like whipped cream. So I'm just gonna fold it. Folding, I learned this on one of my streams. Folding is where you scrape from the outer perimeter of the mixing bowl, and you just sort of push it towards the center. Like you don't stir it because that will just break up the meringue. So you just fold it, and it will gradually mix in without, I guess, bursting or collapsing too many of the air bubbles. But it will inevitably, get less puffy from what I have in here. It's like all of that's gonna fit into here and this soup bowl. So, but overall, it will turn out to be a sponge cake. Yeah, so I can tilt. That's no problem, and you can see it that way. Okay, and then put another third in. I can probably mix it even more. I've seen it done on YouTube and in videos, and they mix it a bit more. I'm just being a bit too delicate. So Japanese cheesecakes are considered a new craze in Toronto. There's this bakery in Taiwan called Uncle Tetsu. They have a chain, I guess, in Taiwan and outside Taiwan. And when Toronto opened its first Uncle Tetsu bakery, the lineups were around 2 hours long. And there's a limit. Each customer can only buy a maximum of 2 cakes. And competitors have opened up shop as well. But it's crazy lining up for 2 hours to buy a cake. I didn't do that. I didn't line up for 2 hours. And since the first grand opening, another shop has opened up, and I think the lineups are shorter. So yeah, so that's pretty nice. And then I think the third step is to put this into here and mix it. Hi there. Can't find a good username. How are you? I remember you from our last stream. Yeah, that was interesting. We had a lot of visitors from another channel. Yeah, and the chat room was going. It was was filled with a lot of emotes. Yeah, that was. It just, there was like this wave, just kept going and going. So I remember you. Thanks for tuning in again. Please call your username. Okay. Hi, Casper Coel. How are you? And what country are you both tuning in from? So we're making a few things today. I'm working on a Japanese cheesecake right now, which is a fusion. It's like cheesecake married to sponge cake. It's a spongy cheesecake. So I think a lot of people are familiar with cheesecake that is dense, right? Like Western cheesecakes tend to be dense with a cookie crust at the bottom, like a graham crust or an Oreo crust or some other biscuit crust with a dense cheesecake on top. And this one is more of a sponge cake. If you look at the banner of my stream, that's a Japanese cheesecake. So, welcome to Cook for Fun TV. That's a Japanese cheesecake that you see. It's a favorite in my family. Every time I make it, my mom wanted me to make her a cake, and I said I can't do 2 cakes in one stream. Just I have too much to cook. I'll make it for you another time, and we'll have so much leftovers that let's eat up the food we have, and then I'll make you another cake next time. But when she heard I was making this, she wanted me to make her a cake too. And I normally would, but there's too much cooking today, and she's gonna be full, so she won't be wanting more. At least 2 very soon, so I can make that next time. And we have in the small webcam carrots and carrots and potatoes that are in warm water. They're done. I'll get to that after the cake is put together. And that's for cottage pie or shepherd's pie. The meat mixture that we're using is a combination of beef and pork. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So just to catch up, your favorite cheesecake is Oreo cheesecake. Yum. Oreo is good. Oreo is a very tasty cookie. It's just if you're not familiar with Oreo cookie, let me show you. I've got some. No, we don't. They were eaten. Yes, and I can see the wrapper in our garbage. They were finished yesterday, but Oreo cookies are, they're sandwich cookies where the top and bottoms are a chocolate tasting, chocolate-like biscuit. Yes. Oh yes, the difference between shepherd's pie and cottage pie. From what I understand, shepherd's pie is lamb-based, and cottage could be any meat. But yeah, if you have any more clarifications, let me know. And I realize my caption says Mother's Day weekend, and in the UK, Mother's Day was in March. So happy belated Mother's Day for our UK viewers. I'm glad that no, not Japanese cheesecake, the cottage or the shepherd's pie is something that a lot of our viewers are familiar with. So I'm just going to fold. So I poured the batter back into the meringue. I'm just going to fold it ever so slightly. We want to keep the meringue from collapsing. We want to maintain that spongy cake texture. It will collapse for sure. It always does, but we want to minimize that and have as much air in the cake as possible. So yeah. And folding, someone once asked me, what's the difference between folding and stirring? And the difference is really slight, but in folding, we generally scrape against the edge of the mixing bowl, and we sort of bring the batter into the center of the mixing bowl rather than like stirring, because that's a bit more invasive and it will just break up all the air bubbles in the meringue. We all know what Oreos. Yeah, I wouldn't say we all, because we do have viewers. As you can see, the countries that viewers have tuned in from, there are people that that may not be familiar with it. So some of our viewers from other continents, the snacks that they grew up with might have been different from Oreos. So I just like to always explain just to ensure that this stream is very inclusive. Yeah, like I was mentioning, I said I started our stream with Happy Mother's Day weekend, but it's not Mother's Day weekend in a lot of countries. So, and yeah, so I just want to be very, careful, sensitive to. There's no right and wrong, right? I don't want to assume. I want to embrace our differences. Yeah, I think that's really the whole point of this channel, to grow and learn from our differences, and actually, and show that we aren't different, right? Because food brings everyone together. Yeah, so just folding it. Yeah. I am starting to break up a bit of the meringue because it's just not folding. It's just not. Okay, that's working now. Okay. Because I have undermixed it before, such that I had parts that were creamier than others. We want the cream cheese meringue to be like homogeneous. Oh, and there's like something that shouldn't be in there. Like, I don't know, some dust or something. Uh-oh, it disappeared. I'll have to find it again. I don't know what it was. Okay, I think that's good. Sorry, I don't have the aerial view. It's over the stove top this time. Okay. Then we'll just put it right into our springform pan and our soup bowl. This will be what I'm going to eat from for the show. This will be saved for tomorrow's dinner. I'm really sad to hear that, Casper Coel. There's always going to be that relationship difference between in-laws and your partners, for sure. And all we can do is try. It's just like when you marry someone, you marry their families. It's not just it's not just between the two people. It actually grows the family. So it's yeah. So I live down the street from my parents, which means I see them often. It means that my husband sees them often, and we try to strike that balance so that we maintain our privacy too. But so far, it's been good. Like, we're always sharing, and you can't get upset when you're sharing. Like, after this stream, I'm going to share with them some food. They're coming over tomorrow for Mother's Day dinner. And just generally, we're always sharing. Like, my dad was over helping my husband with the gardening. It also means, too, that family tends to be nosy, and they want to tell us, like, how to do things because we're their kids, and we'll always be their kids no matter how old we are. So it's tough. It's tough. Try to find a happy medium, and that's all I can say. Yeah. Oh my. Uh-oh, you saw the username. A streamer showed off coffee. Oops. And I'm just going to just, pour the butter into here. And whatever doesn't fit into the springform pan is going into the soup pan. And I know, you know what, there's still some that isn't mixed. So I'll just have to fold it up somewhere. I knew that, some of the meringue, which is nice. The meringue got nice and airy, so that's really, really nice. But I can still see the chunks. But as long as I get the majority of it, we'll be good. Okay, I want to I want to get this in the oven because it takes an hour, at least an hour. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, username. I do like the sharing. So yesterday my mom called me over to have some beef soup that she made. And it's nice. And my mom, she says that if if my husband or I ever have to eat dinner late because of work or some reason, we just can't have dinner at a normal time, let her know and she'll make extra so that when we return from whatever we're doing, food's already waiting and ready. We haven't taken her up on that offer. It's not something I feel comfortable doing, calling her up and say, "Hey mom, we're coming home late, can you have food for her?" Like I don't do that, but it's just the gesture is really, really nice. And my parents, they don't cook international food as much. Like they cook the food that they grew up eating, and so because of that, when I make something that I know they haven't tried before, I always bring it over. Yeah, let them try something new. So my dad, he doesn't really cook breakfast. He likes to heat up leftovers. That's his breakfast, like leftover dinners, like that kind of leftovers. And in our kitchen, we're always making like English muffin egg sandwiches with cheese and bacon, like really westernized breakfast here. And my parents won't make that, so I always make extra and just walk over and bring it to them. I think they enjoy that. Give them some variety. And just scooping. I'm going to scoop the excess into the small one so it doesn't look ugly. I want to use the spatula to smooth out the top of the cake, but I also don't want to promote any cracking when I bake the cake. I don't really know how to control that. It's hit or miss. Sometimes I bake the cake and a crack will form. Sometimes it won't. I don't really know if there's a way to get it right each time. There must be a way because the bakeries always have a perfect cake top. So like there's like bumps from when I pour the batter in. Sort of poured down like ribbon, and so I'm just gonna smooth it out. Hopefully, I don't know. I might end up with cracks when I bake it. And I see that I'm popping air bubbles in the meringue as I do this. And that might sort of promote cracking as well. I want the shape to be nice. I want the top to look nice. So yeah, it looks pretty smooth. Not 100% smooth, but not bad. So, yeah. Do the same with this. You know what you can do, username? You can ask to join your mom the next time she cooks. so that you're cooking with her. And even if you're not cooking with her, if you're helping her prep, if you're helping her, keep the workspace tidy, or washing dishes, for any of the utensils or cookware that she's finished using as she goes, she'll appreciate that, because cooking's a big exercise. It's definitely doable. It's fun. But cooks always appreciate it when the place is magically clean after the cooking is done. Yeah. And she might say no, like, just relax. You've had a long day. I'll take care of it all, but just do it. Just insist. Nothing. It makes parents proud when their kids can understand the psychology. It's like they're telling you that they want you to relax, and but you want them to relax too. You don't want them it goes both ways. So it's good to find a happy medium and just pitch in, just jump right in. Okay, so okay, I'm a little nervous, so I'm gonna put the cake in the bain-marie. We haven't filled it with water yet, and okay, one thing I can do is put this straight in the oven and have just part of this turkey pan sticking out, just enough so that my kettle that I could stick the spout of the kettle in to fill it with water. And we're supposed to fill it so that half the height of the baking bowl pan is filled with water. Okay? Because if I fill it with water now and carry it, it's really heavy, and I risk spilling it. I risk getting water into the batter. I gotta be careful. And I'm putting it on the bottom rack. I've never done that before, but I was told that could help prevent cracking. So I'm gonna grab my kettle of boiling water. Okay, a little nervous. Okay, I'm probably still, you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, okay. Now you can see the bag of potatoes. Okay. So I'm gonna bring this over. Okay, this is not heavy so far because it's not filled with water. Okay, I can stick this on. Okay. I want to do this quickly. I don't want a lot of heat to escape, but I think I won't be able to prevent that. Okay. Okay, this is a little weird. I'm right down on the floor, but I'm gonna keep this safe. Oven mitts. Got my oven mitts. Okay, here we go. And I've got I have a cookie sheet. I have a cookie sheet under. Oh, I should change the camera. I have a cookie sheet under this turkey pan because it's just a disposable pan. It doesn't. It's not durable. It doesn't carry a lot of weight. So that's why I have both pans. All right. I think I'm gonna turn on the fan. A lot of smoke is gonna come out, or steam. mess in this kitchen. Wow, I think I'm behind in the chat. Okay. Oh, so the username is growing chocolate hand grenade habaneros. I'm trying to think of what that is. Chocolate hand grenade habaneros. Oh, that's what they're actually called. Okay, so the type of pepper is called a chocolate hand grenade. That's a really, really interesting name. It's yeah, it's very memorable. It's cute. Where are my shoes? Yeah, I'm not wearing shoes. Oh, okay, I should switch the view. Yeah, I'm in. No, I wouldn't say that. Like, I'm into the barefoot movement. No. Yeah, I don't wear shoes in my own home, or shoes, or socks. I have to stay connected with the floor, the ground. That's the barefoot. That's the barefoot movement. Like people who like to go out without shoes, and I understand why, because that's natural. Like naturally, humans didn't have shoes, and it's better for your health. Like, yeah, because I think reflexology, like it will stimulate all your different. Like you've got a lot of muscles and joints in your foot, and you use them when you're not wearing shoes. Like your toes are actually like little fingers, and you can do things with them, but because we've kept them cramped in shoes, we've lost our ability to move them like properly. They're like toes like move like this, like that. So yeah, anyways. I just, yeah, this is quite messy here. I should turn the screen a bit so you don't see all that. Okay, let's mash some potato. Yeah. Okay. Before I do that, I think I want to rinse the mixing bowl, because I don't have any more large bowls to use for the mashed potato. So I'll wash that. Yeah. What would you like to show, username? You can post cooking related links and rest. Yeah. Has to be relevant. Okay. Okay. Let's rinse this first. Give it a nice scrubbing. So we have to mash potato, mash carrots, and get the meat filling going for the Sheppard or cottage pie. I guess I'll call it a cottage pie because I'm not using lamb. I'm using beef and pork. So cottage is the one that isn't specific to the type of meat. So it's a cottage pie. And I didn't show you this, but I have a tub or a little basin, a small basin of cold water, and in it I have a bag of the meat that we're using for the cottage pie. So I started defrosting the meat yesterday morning. We typically need around 2 days to defrost in the refrigerator. I was shy of 2 days, so I have to induce defrosting by putting the sealed meat in cold water. That's the safe way of defrosting it, rather than just leaving it on the kitchen counter. Because thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, and Junshi and Junshi. Yeah, we want to. The purpose of soaking your meat in cold water, like your sealed meat in cold water, is to ensure that when it's defrosting, the temperature of the meat stays constant. Like if you were to put it out on the counter the outsides would defrost faster than the insides, and the temperature difference could promote bacterial growth. So by putting in the water helps to keep it constant. Like the water turns colder, so that it doesn't. The temperature difference isn't as big, and it helps to sort of control bacteria growth. So that's what I did. I had this basin of cold water that I started this morning. I have a bag, and in it I have my meat. So this is pork. It's defrosted. But that's how I did it. I didn't just have it sitting on the counter. And I have beef, so that's what I have. Okay. So now that I have I'm going to take the potatoes out and start mashing them. Yeah. I'm so sorry, I'm behind in the chat, but there's a lot of interesting chat about baking and icing sugar and yeah. Oh, it must have been the link that you posted. I didn't see that. I'll have to check that after the stream. I do research and I go through the chat logs just to see what I missed. Carolina Reaper. Huh. Oh, you're talking about peppers. Okay. Okay, see you later, Casper Coel. Thank you for tuning in, and have yourself a great weekend. Talking about peppers. Okay, so let's mash up these potatoes. I'll just grab them first from the stove. Heavy. Okay. And I'm going to check for any damaged spots that we don't want to eat. This is a pretty new bag of potatoes, so I'm not too worried, but I'm just going to cut off any defects. Check it in there. I could peel them. I could, but the skins are healthy. You know what? Maybe I'll peel them. Maybe my family won't like the peel. But I don't know. I might change my mind because it'll take time and you guys are waiting. And I'm keeping you in suspense if I spend more time prepping. Yeah. And that way I don't have to wash them. So yeah, okay. It's not too bad. But I normally do keep the peels on because a lot of nutrients are under the epidermal layer of the skin. So I have to look up these peppers that you're all talking about. Yeah. One of the spicier peppers that I use in recipes is Scotch bonnet for Jamaican cuisine. Jerk chicken is one of my favorite foods. So is Jamaican patties, and those use Scotch bonnets. They're pretty hot, like fiery hot. But there are others that are more hot. Sounds like the ones that were mentioned are really hot in this chat room. Habanero. I haven't had habanero on its own, as an ingredient. I've had it in a sauce. And a lot of hot sauces mix vinegar in them, so I don't really know what the true taste of habanero is like. Yeah, a lot of hot sauces are vinegar-based. Like Tabasco is a popular one. And Frankie's hot sauce. These are really popular in North America. In Asia, the hot sauces are not vinegar-based. A lot of them are oil-based. Yeah, oil-based hot sauces. More like a chili oil with some chili flake residue in them. Often other other bits of garlic, even prawn, like little dried shrimps in it. Yeah. Wow, B Sultan. That sounds really, really potent. That chili you had. That doesn't sound pleasant. 20 minutes of being out of commission due to a little piece of raw chili. That's intense. Would you do it again? Yeah, I like chili, but uh, I do like it very much, but that just sounds intense. Did you pair it with any yogurt or milk afterwards or a piece of bread? And especially when it gets everything in your face going, like your sinuses, and your eyes all teary. Everything turns red. Yeah, that's not fun. Yeah. Washing experts' hands. That's so nice. You're referring to me. Well, I don't know who you're referring to, but handle chopsticks. So chopstick is my utensil of choice. It's funny. I'm so used to using chopsticks that I actually look very awkward when I eat with fork. There's a story that I told streamers in one of my earlier streams, streamers and viewers in one of my earlier streams. I had when I was 12, I had a friend over for dinner, and she really wanted to try Chinese food. So my dad made this stir fry rice noodle that's quite popular. Okay, and my friend isn't familiar with Chinese food or using chopsticks, and she asked if I could accompany her in using fork, because she didn't want to be the only one at the table and not using chopsticks. And I was like, sure. And as I was eating, my friend turned to me, kind of, just directed at me and said, I look like she said, you look like you don't know how to use a fork. Because I think my gestures were a bit slower. Like, to me, chopsticks is second nature, and it's a fork, I don't know, the way I was holding it, I don't know. I might have had more pauses, or I might have been staring a bit more before picking up the food. It wasn't fast, and it wasn't natural. So yeah, so it just depends on what you're familiar with, what you grew up with. It takes practice to know how to use chopsticks properly. Not everyone in my family holds chopsticks well. It's actually a skill. When you're younger, I don't know if some of your teachers or your parents encourage or taught you how to hold a pencil properly. Some people don't hold a pencil properly. You actually have to be taught the correct way from when you're really young or when you're starting, or else you can develop habits that are wrong. So there are people who don't hold a chopstick well, even though they've been doing it all their lives. Yeah. So my husband didn't grow up using chopsticks, and he says that after some time his fingers get crampy because you're using, I demonstrated this on another show. You're using different fingers for it, right? So between my thumb and my, I guess, ring finger, I'm using those fingers to leverage the lower chopstick, right? Then I use these, my peace sign fingers, the middle and the index, to do the controlling, right? To do the picking up. So the bottom is to stabilize, and the top is to actually pick up, right? So pick up. So yeah, but you have to learn how the different fingers are positioned and what their use is for. You can't just pick it up and you see a lot of pencil grasp when people hold chopsticks. But that's just because people grew up with different using different utensils. So that's why. So it's not easy to do. So don't feel like you should just pick up a pair of chopsticks and it's easy. It's not. Yeah. Oh, forks. I've never. No, I don't think you can do that because, well, the handle has to be somewhat long on a fork, and they're not cylindrical. They have to be cylindrical. Like I have seen sort of squarish chopsticks, and they're just not comfortable. This is actually my preferred. I like this size very much. Like when they're too thin, they just don't work with my hands that well. This is actually my preferred size. They're very standard. They're wooden. They're cheap chopsticks, but this is a very good size. Like takeout chopsticks, they're a bit on the thin side. I can still use them, but like in terms of like my hand size and comfort, this is like the size I like. Yep. Okay. So you were friends with a Japanese family that came to. They were having trouble. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not always intuitive. Yeah, you may think. Some people just say use your fork and just jab it into the food, but it's not. Like, you have to understand the weight. Like if you're jabbing the fork into a steak, like the steak might fall off. Like you have to understand what weight it can handle. Yeah, and when you need the aid of a knife with it. And for when eating pasta, like not everyone knows that you can use a spoon to assist to swirl your noodles in. Like I didn't know that until I saw it happen. Yeah. So holding pencil with the teeth, you could. Yeah, you could do that. Hopefully you don't have to. Usually, yeah. I would like to be, it's called ambidextrous, when you can use your left hand the same way as your right hand. Yeah. Can I catch a fly while in flight with chopsticks? Makes chopsticks out of metal so you can stick it in. I've seen metal chopsticks. I see them all the time. If King Boris is still on, a lot of Korean utensils are metal, so their chopsticks are metal. Yeah. Do I have a set? I don't know if I still do, but yeah. So I've definitely seen metal chopsticks before. They just tend to be thinner. And maybe the weight. I like these wooden chopsticks I have. They're nice and lightweight. But can I catch a fly? No, I can't. I was in Korea. So I was in Korea once. I went to so I mentioned earlier on the stream that I like the sport slacklining, and there is a UNESCO protected performing art in Korea called a joltagi. Joltagi. In the Korean language, joltagi means like line walking, like it's kind of like tightrope walking. And it's basically tightrope walking, but in Korea, joltagi is a performing art. So I guess the performer is kind of putting on a show and interacting with the audience and talking, and usually cracking jokes. Like there's always an MC accompanying and interacting with the performer. And so I went to a joltagi camp in Korea because I wanted to develop my skills for slacklining. And when I went there was a show going on with the joltagi master, who's the last one in the world to do that performing art. Master Kim Dae-eung, I think that was the name. And there were musicians because there's a performance going on at the same time. And one of the musicians asked me, there's a lot of kids in this Joltagi camp. So I was the biggest kid. Okay, I went there as an adult student. There's these like 4-year-olds who can walk on the tightrope really well. And I was this really big kid there in my 30s. And the musician asked me to catch a firefly for the kids to play with. And I was just like, how do you catch a fly? I don't do that. I don't just go and catch a firefly. But I think in their culture, it's a common thing to do as a kid, catch a firefly and sort of play with it. So no, I can't catch a fly, but people can catch fireflies. You're supposed to clip them by their wings and just, yeah. So that was fun. So I saw someone catch a firefly. Okay, so the potatoes are peeled. That was therapeutic, by the way. Oh, so yes, we've been streaming for 3 hours exactly. I do want to move this along. I don't want to keep you here forever, or you might have to just go. Holding a straw is quite a challenge. Ah, interesting. Never thought about that, but yes, straws often fall. There are, different types of chopsticks, but I think, but I don't own different types of chopsticks. Like I do, but I only use the wooden ones, like for eating. Like I do have other ones, but yeah. Interesting about the straw. So I don't use a straw often. Yeah, but I don't. I just drink right out of the can or out of the cup. Catches a fly. You catch fly with your buckets of water. So, slacklining. Hi, Shiretone. Just noticed you joined. It's been a while. How have you been? Yeah, I think the last time you were on, we were celebrating your belated birthday. So we're celebrating Mother's Day here in North America, but I realized that it had already passed in the UK. But how about in the Netherlands? Do you have Mother's Day in the Netherlands? Yeah. Yes, slacklining is a sport. It's not an Olympic sport though. Yeah, there are competitions, but it's not that huge. It's getting bigger, but it's not very, very big. Okay, let me mash these potatoes up. And I apologize, I do want the stream to move along so that you can see the final product. Otherwise, you'll have to see it on Twitter, the picture. So here's a potato masher. Potato masher isn't absolutely necessary. And I'm gonna get some margarine. I had butter out, but I put it away, so I'll just use margarine. And a clean spatula. So I have a potato masher. Butter's really good. Or margarine. Okay, I'll start with that. I think that's good. Try to keep it healthier. But although butter or margarine's really good. This is potato masher, but you can use a fork. I didn't even know what these were until I met my husband. He likes gadgets, so he has a lot of this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's good to see you again, Shiretone. We have Mother's Day. Okay, so in Netherlands, Mother's Day is tomorrow, May 14th. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're not too festive here either, but it's a reason to get the family together. And my My brother actually hasn't been to our new home here. We moved in here in February. It's May, so they haven't been here. My brother and his family are living in about just over an hour away, and they have two young kids, so they just haven't made it over here. So it's a reason to come visit and to do a lot of streaming so that there's more food to feature on the channel. So yeah, any reason for food is always good. So we're just sort of gonna say Happy Mother's Day, but it's really just a reason to get together. Yeah, we can call it a family day or just a big dinner gathering day. So it's actually tomorrow, but we're doing some cooking today so that we're not doing things last minute tomorrow. And tomorrow we're featuring Vietnamese spring roll and summer roll. Spring rolls are deep fried. Summer rolls are not. So yeah, and they're both delicious. Summer rolls are healthier, but they're both very yummy. But the fried one, the spring one, is definitely yummy. It's a favorite. We've done this a few times, not on the show, but yeah. Chartone is also a food engineer. Yes, you're a food engineer for Cook for Fun TV. One of my past shows, which is displayed in our YouTube channel, because Twitch deletes our archived shows after 2 weeks, so we have to export them to whatever, YouTube or some other platform if we want to ensure our viewers can watch them. And so on one of our shows, we made pineapple fried rice. We preserved the pineapple shell and the crown as decoration for the rice. And so we converted the crown into a boat. The shell into the boat, and the crown was like a decorative piece. And on the boat, we had métis that were created from sausage pieces. We also used a couple of chopsticks and a napkin to form the sail of the boat. It was fun. Yeah, it was fun, and then the presentational aspect was very, very good too, I must say. My channel was new at the time. The viewership went up once the boat was on screen. That was cool. It's mashing pretty well. Yeah. I should add milk to it to make it creamy. Yeah, I'll do that. I just wanted to see how it would look if it was rustic. It's better to add warm milk, but it's cool. Yeah, this will do. And I just eyeball it. I don't measure the amount of milk. Ooh, I've got a pile of like potato skins here. That's not very attractive. Let's get that off camera and into the compost bin. Okay. What sort of milk? Oh, that's right. So this is regular 2% milk. In Canada, our milk comes in bags. That reduces garbage. Yes. Anyone else love potato gratin with lamb meat? I haven't tried that. Potato gratin, is that potato with like cheddar? Yeah, with lamb. I haven't tried proper shepherd's pie made with lamb. We can't access ground lamb easily in Canada. We can get like lamb shoulder and lamb chops. But yeah, and ground lamb would probably be really pricey to get a whole pound of that. Yeah. Okay. I could add more liquid to it, more milk. Yeah, I could. Just have to watch it. Okay, I'll look that up. Potato gratin. Yes, our milk is in bags. Blueberry vanilla pasty. Oh, okay, I'm missing something at the top. Tell the pastry shop to make blueberry ricotta cheese pastries. Yum. Yum, that sounds good. Okay, I'll add more milk. It needs to be more creamy. Add a dash of salt. Don't know where my salt scooper is, right here. Okay. I'm not going to bother with pepper because a lot of flavors are going into the meat mixture. And I apologize. I think I'm running behind in time. I want to don't want to keep you in suspense and I want to have the food cooked sooner. Yep, so milk in bags. That's just slightly over 1 liter of milk, and it comes. We buy it in like it comes in a bag, and we have 3 of these little bags inside this bag, and that equals 4 liters. We do have milk in cartons too, and we have them in jugs as well. But the staple milk comes in a bag, like if you want to buy a lot of milk to feed your family. Yeah, it comes in bags. Okay. Oh, what a mess in this kitchen. Oh. Okay, spatula isn't very strong, so I have to stir this slowly. Ah, I'm curious now. Blueberry ricotta pastry, or is it pasty? I think pasty refers to pie, because when we made the finished pasty yesterday, the word pasty isn't pastry. I think it refers to pie. But I'm not sure. Yeah. What's the usual expiration time on Canadian milk? I think a couple of weeks. Yeah, and sometimes I freeze my milk. Like the extra bags that aren't open yet, I freeze them. Yeah. And that will extend its life. Then once it's defrosted, it sort of resets the clock. Is it trickier? So, we have my husband bought this milk bag organizer. Yeah. So that they can stack on top of each other. We just sort of stick it in on one of the shelves. That's what we do. Messy kitchen, good kitchen mess equals good food. Now, this is a lot of mashed potato. It really is. That's okay. We'll eat the leftovers. They won't go to waste. Now let's mash the carrot. Okay, really want to get this moving along. Or what I can do is I can start the meat and I can mash the carrot while the meat is getting prepared. That will work. Yeah. So let's do that. Okay. A couple of weeks. That's my guess. We always finish the milk before the expiration date if I haven't frozen a bag or two. Milk bag organizer. Let's see if it's sort of lying around. Do I have a milk bag organizer here? No. It's somewhere. Yeah, I didn't even know that existed until I met my husband. Norwegian milk has little preservatives. It's at most 2 weeks expiration. I'm not even sure. I wonder if the milk bag is here. Oh, I know. Okay. So this says on the bag, best before May 22nd. So when did I buy this? I bought this last week. So I think that's approximately 2 weeks ago that I bought this. Yeah. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to load the chat on my phone so that when I go to the stove view, I could still see you. Yeah. Twitch. Yeah. Am I going to line the pie dish with potato? So we're going to start off with a meat layer, a carrot mash layer, and a potato layer. No lining. Yeah, that's sort of, yeah, but I'm interested. The lining method, interesting. Would you line that with scalloped potatoes or mashed potato? Scallop would be really pretty, but I think I'll consider that in the future though, scalloped potatoes, because that always looks nice. Texturias. Product development. It's a phablet, right? Yeah, phablet, phone, tablet together. Am I a tiny person? I'm 5'4". Okay. All right, back to, oh, you guys are covered. Oh, that's because I moved there. Okay, there. All right. So I'll pour this potato water out. Just gonna put it in here. The sink is overloaded. Give that a rinse. And I will heat this up. Let me get my chat going so that I can see you all. Turn it up to low. So I mentioned that I'll bring the mic up. Yep, stray chopstick. Got chopsticks lying around everywhere. Where did that go? That stray chopstick. Okay. So I mentioned that I had. I can move these carrots. This burner is no longer hot because the indicator's off, so I can put that here. So I had a basin of cold water, and I had my bag of meat to induce defrosting. That's what I did. Lower it to a lower heat. So okay, clear up some space here. Spoon rest. So I've got beef, and I just use my hands and then wash my hands. Beef, ground beef. some pork. So this is cottage pie. We have a blend of meats. It's not lamb. So I started defrosting this meat yesterday rather than 2 days ago. Usually it takes me 2 days to defrost it in the fridge. Since I was shy of 2 days, I had to induce defrosting this morning by using cold water. That's the safe way to do it. Okay, don't just stick your meat on the counter. Okay, that's good. I'll put this aside. I have some spinach that's defrosted from for making spinach dip later. I've got lots going on. I thought I probably could have skipped that. Yeah, so I can probably do the social eating with the cake and the pie and sort of leave the spinach dip for last if you guys are feeling like it's getting late because it's past 12 already. Yeah, it's important to showcase the food that we're making. The timer says half an hour left for the Japanese cheesecake, and that's about right for the beef. And we might have time for the spinach dip. Is really, really easy. It's just 1 part mayo to 2 parts sour cream, and then the rest, spinach, onion, is all ingredients. And I meant to, I meant to harvest some green onion from my parents' place. I forgot, so I'll have to use regular onion and just dry it so that it doesn't release a lot of liquid, or I might add that later. This is a lot of beef. So we're definitely going to have extra cottage pie. So everything is going to go into this casserole dish. Anything extra is going to go into some bread loaf pans. Yeah, and we'll eat that tonight. And everything in the dish is going to be used for the dinner tomorrow. Okay, so I've got the heat on. I'm not going to follow any special method. I'm just going to put all the seasoning in and let it cook together. That's all it is. Sure, text. You could show a picture of your lunch plate. Is this food that you cooked? Extra, yes. Yeah, it's easy to make this dish. This is a lot easier than the cake that we just made. Okay, so everything just goes in. So this is interesting. So for the shepherd's pie, I'm actually going to add half a package of onion mix soup. I haven't tried this, but I noticed that sometimes the meat could be tasteless. You really do have to season it well. And when I saw that onion soup mix trick, I thought, I want to give it a try. Because when I make the spinach dip, I'm also going to add some of this soup mix as well. So I thought, okay, well I can use it for both. But I'm going to go easy on it. I think the recipe calls for an entire pack. I'm just going to use half a pack. I want to, because this stuff has a lot of sodium in it. It's not the healthiest thing in the world. Okay. Oops. I gotta leave my phone on. Okay. Wonder if I can see your picture. Okay, I'm opening up your picture. Okay, so I'll just get a bowl. Open up this. So I'm just dumping that in here. I'm not using it all. I'm just using half of it. Most recipes just call for a bit of beef broth, but this one said onion mix, and I'm using some anyways for the spinach dip, so I'll take half of that for the beef. Yeah.
What I didn't do was cut up the onions, so I'll do that too while everything is simmering. So just putting about half of it in. I'm just eyeballing it. There. Okay, so this will be for the spinach dip. And lower it to simmer because I'm not done. And I've got some Worcestershire sauce. It's not Liam Perkins, it's another brand, but it's Worcestershire sauce. Or is it Worcestershire? It's one of those words that not everyone knows how to pronounce. I had to look up on YouTube. I used to call it Worcestershire sauce, but that's definitely wrong. Yeah. Sorry, your photo didn't load, so I'll look at it after the chat. So we're gonna add an onion. I have to cut that up quickly. A couple tablespoons of Worcestershire. I added a half pack of onion soup mix, and we're going to add about half cup of beef broth, and I'm going to add frozen peas and corn. So it's a couple tablespoons of Worcestershire. What's on here? Okay. I think it was from the corn flour. Okay. Okay, enjoy text. And off to the side, I'm going to cut up some onions. Yeah. So you're looking at our meat mixture for the cottage pie. It's not very smoky, so it's on low. It's on low because I'm multitasking. That's what I do. Never turn it up high if there's a lot going on. Peeling onions is sort of my pet peeve. There's no easy way to do it. But I love onions and I'm always using them in my recipes. I always add extra when the recipe calls for one. I'm using 3 right now. I do want to look at that picture later, that text posted. It didn't load on my phone. Yeah, and then I saw, I read about some pate and cream. all yummy stuff. Pate with bacon. A Worcester. Hello, Solid Scope. How are you? Welcome to Cook for Fun and happy Mother's Day weekend if you're celebrating. Yeah, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. We are an international cooking community. Yeah, we've got a Japanese cheesecake baking in the oven. We're working on cottage pie right now. Then we'll quickly make a spinach dip. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I should have prepped the onions so that you're not waiting. Could be all done faster. the squeaky machine, eh? So the squeaky machine was on, but it wasn't squeaking. We were using it to make the meringue. My husband told me, you better, like, he sent me a private text, but I didn't see it until after the stream. He said, like, hurry up, like, that's so bad for your show, that noise. And we do have to fix that. It's not good. It can't be good for the machine if it's making that noise. Yeah, for one of the streams, I think I got something caught in it. I might have put too much dough and something got, a piece of it, some of it got caught, and I don't know, but I'll look that up. How to unsqueak your pasta attachment. My compost is hiding from me. I think I should bring it over. Okay, so that's better. My compost bin. Okay. Yes, you get to see my chopping skills. It's not as sharp as I want it to be. I need to sharpen it. I'm not very good at using the sharpener. My dad will probably help me sharpen it. I do have the sharpening stone, and there's like, you gotta like sharpen it this way, and then like do this, and yeah. The good thing is though is that it's straight. When sharpening other knives, like, you have to add this like piece to your knife to get it to straight, so that the sharpener could like sharpen it evenly along the edge, the non-straight edge. My husband bought that that adjuster when he bought his Japanese knife, but we haven't used it. We'll probably have to look up a tutorial on how to use that properly. Oh, you're tuning in from Chicago. Wonderful. I've been to Chicago, and I had Chicago pizza, like the deep dish pizza, and a Chicago hot dog, and I think I went to the Rock and Roll McDonald's there. Yeah, it's a very nice place. So I'm broadcasting from Toronto, like a suburb of Toronto called Markham, and people often describe Toronto as or Chicago as a larger version of Toronto. It's got that look of a clean suburb with lots of skyscrapers. Yeah, it really does look like Toronto when you go to Chicago. But your waterfront is a lot more extensive, and yeah, Chicago's bigger than Toronto. Like, our financial center is a fraction of yours. It's much smaller. Yeah. Yeah. And I like how the airport is connected to the subway. That's so convenient when you're traveling. We pretty much have to arrange a ride when we land in Toronto. You can take a bus to the subway. That's sort of new. I know, it's been boiling. Okay, I could reduce it if I crank it up. And I didn't even add any broth to it, so yeah, I do. It's on low because I'm not watching it. I'm attending to the onions. Yeah. The proper way would have been to focus on the meat. It is boiling. So I'm sorry if I made you feel sad. To hone it, we sharpen our knives and we place them on a knife rack, a magnetic wall-mounted knife rack. You might be able to see that just to the left of the stove area. That's about it. But if you have any tips, let me know. I'm not a professional. Yeah, everything I learned from my family or just from trying and doing. I know that there are often a lot of professionals in the chat room. Yeah. Like King Boris, who was on earlier, is a chef at a hotel, and King Boris cooks Korean food at the hotel. But King Boris, yeah, that's right. I think, yeah, and is that right? No, King Boris is a different person. That was King Vider last week. King Vider cooks Korean food, but is 100% Finnish. Okay, I don't usually chop like this, but sort of limited in space here. Like I don't, yeah. So, okay, that's okay. All right, so let's give this beef some love, or this meat. Don't know how much it's gonna reduce. I might have to pour some of this fat out. I personally don't mind it too much. It adds to the flavor. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it in there. I'll just let it reduce. So everything else that's liquidy is grease, but it's grease with flavor. Chicken gravy or turkey gravy is often made with fat. And when I read the packages of gravy mixes, it will say fat instead of the actual meat, like fat. It'll say chicken fat or beef fat. Ah, okay, honing stick. I've seen those before, but nope, I don't do any honing. Yes, it makes delicious gravy. We're going to try to, we're not going to separate it out. We're going to, oh, there's a bit of dried onion that flew in there. So the beef is looking better now. My phone this display keeps turning off. I have to see if I can change the settings so that it doesn't go off on me. I think I have to manually do that under settings. Oh, there's settings. Device display. Display. How do I get to not shut off on me? I want you to. Don't want to have to always turn it back on. Display. Okay, I'll just keep touching the phone. Okay. So I already put in my Worcestershire and my onion soup mix, so it's flavorful. We'll add our broth. Actually, I'll add the onion first, yeah. Okay, so it's reducing nicely. That's a lot of onion. It is backwards. I know I should have sweated the onions first. I forgot to cut them, and then I realized after I put the beef, it is backwards. So they won't be sauteed or caramelized. They'll be cooked. That's what they'll be. Yeah. I'm gonna lower it because I do want to get the carrot mashed up. So just the side, I'm going to be mashing the carrot. Oh, I'll just use. Did I cut off the ends? I thought I did. What added? Oh, that's the compost. Okay. Backwards cooking is what happens when you're anxious. Okay. I've actually don't think I've made mashed carrot too many times. Yeah. Let's get our masher. Okay, maybe I'll just use a fork. Well, no. Okay. The skins are gonna get in the way, or the peels, the outer layer. Oh, you know what? I don't like the outer layers. Gotta take that off. They're healthy, but okay. I'm gonna pick and just take off the peels. They're healthy, but they don't look so nice for tomorrow's dinner. We won't get all the carrot skin off because it doesn't slip off as easily as potato skin does. And we could eat the carrot peel. It's not peel, it's just the outer layer of the carrot, which is the same as the inside, except that it's been weathered. It just doesn't have the same orange hue as the inside, so it's just not as pretty as the inside. The inside part of the carrot, but I'll try my best to take off, what I can. I want it to look nice and bright orange. Wow, so according to the oven clock or timer, we have 7 minutes left until the cake is ready. And when that happens, I'm not going to take it out right away. I'll just open the oven so that it doesn't shrink right away. I think with the temperature difference, if I open the oven right away, it could shock the cake and cause it to shrink in size. As long as there's more of the inside bright, part of the carrot, it will mask a lot of the skin, which is like a brownish orange. It's not quite as bright, but the bright orange is really pretty. Yeah. I wonder if I were to have used a vegetable peeler to peel the carrot before boiling it, I wonder if Um, it would have worked out okay. Like, it would have softened pretty quickly though, without the skin as a barrier. But that's definitely faster than what I'm doing here with my fingers. Never done this before, so that's why I'm making you watch me do this. Sorry about that. But I'm excited about the mashed carrot layer for the cottage pie. It's not going to be a very thick layer. I have a lot more potato than I have carrot, so it'll be like a thin layer, just a thin layer. The potato will be a lot more significant. Yeah, and my cell phone screen shut off again on its own, so I'll have to turn that back on so I can read your message. So I'm just gonna use my cloth. Loading. We're almost there. And my chat on my cell phone is kind of it's not loading everything. It's behind. I think there's more chat. Oh, okay. What inspired today's cooking? What inspired it? So I'm cooking for Mother's Day tomorrow, and my family really likes Japanese cheesecake, so that had to be on the menu. And shepherd's pie is a pretty good casserole dish that a lot of people like, and it's also been a viewer's request as well. That viewer's not on right now, and it's easy to make. It's easy to make a lot of to feed a lot of hungry mouths. So spinach dip. I'm wondering if I should keep that on today's stream or move it to tomorrow, because I don't want to keep you forever. Today's stream is long, but it's also very easy to make spinach dip too. I can probably do it while the shepherd's pie is baking. I wanted this pie to bake together with the cake, but due to timing, it didn't work out. So we're doing them sequentially. But yeah, spinach dip is always a hit. It goes really well with bread and vegetables. So yeah, today isn't a viewer's request. The past few weeks have been viewer request streams, and those were fun. Yeah, a lot of fun. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to work on all. I think I got the majority of skins off. I'm going to rinse my hands and just give it a quick mash. Okay, so that's the 1 minute countdown for the cheesecake. Wonder how we're doing. I hope there's no cracks in the cake. Don't know how to control that. Okay. So, Luco River likes Worcestershire. Worcestershire, yeah. The Wonder Sauce. This is not going to be a very creamy mash. I think I need the food processor to get it nice and creamy. I think it's going to be a more rustic mash that we do. I think I'm going to switch over to a fork for more precision to get it more smooth. Yeah, okay. All right. So that's the cake. But we're not going to showcase it yet. We'll bring it out. looks really good. I'll show you in a second, I promise. What's everyone's opinion on kale? I see it as a health food. I don't think I have developed a love for its flavor yet. I've had it as a side dish with my meals, but I don't know if I've done anything. I've had it in any recipe or tried it in a more creative way. I should look into. Oh, I've had kale chips. They're good, but they are covered with oil before they're baked. So I don't know how healthy kale chips are. Yeah, is that a food that you're into or you're looking to explore more about? Explore more cooking ideas with? Yeah. Look at this carrot mash. It doesn't mash exactly the way potato does. It's not as, I'm not adding any milk or butter to it, but that could be why. If I were to put it into a blender, I'd turn it into baby food. I guess it is baby food, right? Mashed carrot is baby food. Yeah, eating kale raw isn't, it's just got a distinct taste to it. So you can have it in a stir fry and mix it up with your other veggies to sort of blend the flavors together. Okay, I'm not really impressed with my mashed carrot. I could probably zip it and put it in a blender. I could do that. I could, you know what, I might blend half of it. I just need to improve the appearance. That's just awful. That's just awful. At least if half of it is pureed nicely. So I'm gonna just move the camera a bit. Our magic bullet is right behind the camera. Okay, we're back in position. Okay. What a mess here. Okay. So the beef is sort of doing its own thing. It is backwards. The onions aren't sauteed. They're cooked onions. Cooked onions. I forgot about the onions midway through. But we've got a lot of flavors going on. We've got the onion soup mix, the Worcestershire. Shire tone. I asked because kale is a funny phenomenon. Here in my country, we've been eating it for ages. Oh, interesting. Smash them, stick them in the stew. So, I'm just gonna cheat. I'm gonna use the bullet. I'm gonna put as much as I can. This is small. I do have a bigger food processor, but I like the bullet. It's so handy. And then I'm gonna be using it later for the spinach dip. And it's 1 o'clock. You guys must be starving. So I'll tell you what, no, I can do the mukbang for the cake separately, and then I can do the mukbang for which is social eating, for the cottage pie afterwards, so that you don't have to wait until the very, very end to see everything. See everything collated. I'll do it in sort of stages so that, because you're all in different time zones too, and I get it. I think when we started, there's quite a lot of viewers from the UK we're watching in the afternoon. It's already early afternoon here. It's 1 a.m. in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. Yep. Okay, so it's might be a bit loud. what I'll do is I'll just turn it off for a bit. Was that loud? Okay. So how do you eat kale in Netherlands if it's a staple? I think, yeah, it's become like such a new thing in North America. And my parents grow a Chinese type of kale too. Yeah. But a lot of Chinese greens are simply just cooked. They're just simply blanched, and they might be dipped. And the vegetables might be dipped in oyster sauce, and that's it. Nothing magical is done with a lot of greens in Asian cooking, or they could be added to stir fry. That's nicer. Okay. So there you go. There's our baby food. But that looks better than what I had before when I was mashing it with a fork. It just didn't look good at all. Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna hear some noise, or I might mute you guys. Okay, we're back on. Didn't want, in case any of you were wearing earphones, I didn't want the sound of the bullet to burst your eardrums. Okay. Great. Some more baby food coming out. Ooh. But I like that nice hue, that nice brightness from the orange. It's gonna be pretty. Okay. I've seen my husband add kale to his smoothies. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to find some more yummy recipes for kale. You know, if it's sort of like a recommended health food, it's, yeah. Okay, so we've got, okay, very good, okay. We've got mashed potato. Okay. You know what, we can do everything in this area here, so I'm gonna bring the mashed potato over. Yeah. Okay, it's just that it's a little bit messy here. Just pour the water. Potato, mashed carrot. Oh, the automod hates you. It's on a really high setting. Yeah, just because we don't always have a lot of moderation in this room, but there's always a way to type your chat in an alternative manner to get your comment through. Okay, so, okay. Back to the beef. Okay. So do now is add some beef broth, give it a little taste, and then add the vegetables. So, and I'll fire it up because I don't want it too liquidy. Okay. So I have a low sodium beef broth. So hopefully there's enough flavor. Onion soup mix, beef broth, Worcestershire. Okay. I'll add some salt. Okay. I'll give it a taste just to make sure there's enough flavor going on here. It's funny, I've got the oven open. Oh, you can't see that. Okay, that's good. So that the cake can cool off gradually. Although I already see cracks, but it doesn't look bad. It looks good. It looks really, really good. If I want to give it more personality, I'm going to add a splash of dark soy sauce. That gives it like a nice rich color. Okay, this is not in the recipe, but dark soy sauce. A little bit goes a long way in making the color really like dark and rich. Okay, so let's see how that goes. See that dark color? It looks good. It looks better. And dark soy sauce isn't as salty as regular soy sauce. Okay. That adds a nice color to it. American Kale Association. Wow. Is there an association for each vegetable? I guess it must be a very major health food that it's got its own association and staff that oversee the education and the public awareness of kale. Now I'm very intrigued. Okay, let's give this a taste. I do like the color. I've darkened it by adding some dark soy sauce. Okay. So, you can't see me. Oh wow. Okay. We're good. I'm glad I only added half a pack of that onion soup mix, because I think the onion soup mix added like a big punch of flavor. It's really good. Okay. Now I'll just toss the vegetables in. I've got some in these bags here. I've got frozen peas. Yeah. Okay, but I think they're so mushy. Oh, they're good. I've got frozen peas. Yeah, just put them all in. I love finishing off my packages and throwing them out. It's good. Peas. Minimum. Okay. And I barely have any corn. Barely, like, that's all I have, but that's good. Okay. I'm reading from the bigger screen because my phone doesn't load everything. Oh, that's so funny, B. Sultan. The rumor about Pizza Hut being the largest consumer of kale to line the salad bar, but not to use it for like eating. That's pretty funny. Wow, that's a lot of meat. Does this look better? I know there's a comment about poor beef, so I think this looks better now. Okay. So I'll turn that off and we can assemble our cottage pie. Okay. So after that's assembled and put in the oven, I'll have to take the cake out because I have to preheat the oven again. So I'll do that quickly. Okay. It's getting crowded here. The cake is gonna go to the very left. Or you know what, I'll put it in the front here. No gravy. Yeah, you know why? It's so flavorful, and I mean I could add some water. It's so flavorful. I could do a light gravy. Let me just, I'll taste it again. And I'll see like what yeah. If anything, I would add a bit of moisture that would eventually get fused in with like the carrot and the potato. Yeah, because I do want to keep it very solid. Yeah. So I'll leave it like that. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take the cake out. I don't know where my other oven mitts went, so I'm using these other garden-like oven mitts. These are the funniest oven mitts ever. I always call them garden mitts whenever my husband takes them out. But they are oven mitts. They're lined with, they're like garden mitts lined with like silicone. Like they're really funny. Okay. So, get my cooling rack. Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, the gravy could be made separately and, yeah. You're feeling really bad about having no gravy. It's actually very easy to make. The juice is very flavorful right now. I can add some water and a bit of flour or cornstarch, and then I will have a gravy sauce. Okay. Tell you what, I'm going to scoop out the meat, and then with the leftover sauce, I'll make a gravy. I'll do that. I don't want anyone to feel bad. I can do that, yeah. So I've got, this kitchen is such a mess. It's freaking me out. Okay. So, I'm taking out our, okay. I'm gonna do this, put it on top of you guys. There's our cake. Okay. Ta-da! Okay, from the cooling rack. Right. And this is cute. Yum, this is cute. All right, so that was our bain marie. Our turkey tray with wire, and then we're gonna make turkey tonight too. Okay. All right. Now preheat the oven to 400. Okay, so let's, I should be using like some sort of a spoon, but I don't want to scratch the pan. Okay, I'll use a soup, this like plastic soup later. Okay, so I'll do a light gravy. Yeah, okay. Oh, I need, we're gonna have lots of shepherd's pie. I feel it. It's good, and I think adding the packet of onion soup mix was a pretty nice twist. Yeah. I've tried other shepherd's pie recipes, and the seasoning isn't always, to taste. Like, yeah. A lot of them just say to use beef broth and Worcestershire, and when I saw that onion soup mix is added, I was interested. I was like, there's got to be a reason. There's all that sodium and all that goodness in, I don't know, artificial soup mix or something. Same with Jamaican patties. I find that, I've followed recipes before for it and found that there's still something bland about it. I need that kick that I get when I eat it at when I eat the patties at the bakery, and then I finally saw a recipe that said to add 1 bouillon cube of chicken stock. I was like, that's it. The MSG's gotta go in. Wow. Okay, I think. Okay. Gravy. Okay, I guess I need to keep some of this beef in here to make the gravy. So I can add a bit of a half cup to 1 cup of beef stock, which I still have in the fridge, and bring that to a boil and temper some corn flour with water, then add it to it, then I'll have a nice gravy. So let's do that. Okay, and I'll keep this beef in the pan to add to the gravy. Okay. Okay, so let's add our beef stock to it. Okay. Yeah, you should try making this cheesecake. It's really good. So for the recipe, I actually reduced the sugar. Everyone in my family found that the sugar level was just too high in the recipe that I have posted, but I think we cut it by 1/2 and it was fine. And the recipe called for 1 tablespoon of lemon juice. I just squeezed an entire half lemon. So this is half a cup of beef stock. That's going to be really flavorful. It's going to be really, really flavorful. Okay, just do it. And if I need more liquid, I'll add water, and that should be flavorful enough. Okay. Man, my kitchen is so messy. So it's going to come to a rolling boil soon, and I'm going to temper some. You know what? I'm going to use this bowl that's got like traces of carrot in it because it's all good. It's sweet. And I'm going to temper some corn flour and water together. That's how we roll. There's going to be a lot of flavor. Yes, beef stock in a box. We also sell them in bouillon cubes as well, but they are commonly found in boxes in Canada. I like this. I like it when people point out the peculiarities and differences between Canada and like wherever you're tuning in from. Yeah. And my favorite one is the milk bag thing because like you don't see that on North American television. Like when you watch that, it's American and you see milk jugs. So so what I'm doing is I'm just This is from the bullet that had the mashed carrot in it. Because carrot, you know, carrot's very flavorful. It's sweet, so I don't want to waste that. I'm going to add a spoon of cornstarch or corn flour. Okay. I can add more because I think we have a lot of. That's probably good. Okay. That's about approximately 2 tablespoons. Mix that up. Temper it. We want to mix it so that we don't get lumps in our gravy. We want it to be smooth and thick. Okay. So our beef is boiling. Okay. So I'm gonna pour that in. Okay. Give it a stir. It's gonna thicken right away. You can see that because that's 2 tablespoons of corn flour. So there's your gravy, but it's pretty thick. I'm gonna add some water because the flavors were already really strong from the beef mixture stuff. So there's your gravy, beef salted. There's your gravy. We'll make it pretty. We'll add a bit of dark soy, and that will just give it that rich, like, color. Okay, so that'll make it pop. Okay. Okay. Adding some water to it because it's gonna keep thickening. It's 2 tablespoons of corn. Corn flour is a more effective thickening agent than all-purpose flour. All-purpose flour, you need more all-purpose flour to get the same thickness that corn flour or cornstarch would give you. Like, cornstarch is a fast way to get something thick. So that's really thick. So I can keep going with the water. Okay. I might stop there. And I'm going to add one of my tricks, which is dark soy sauce. Just a dash of it. Where'd it go? Oh, it's right there. Okay, it's right by the stove. And you're going to see immediately that you get this like dark color. Okay, I can actually turn it to medium or minimum now. I think we're pretty good. Okay, so I'm just gonna add a little bit of this dark soy sauce. It's like black. It's okay. Let's give it a bit. And then there you go. See that color? Just like instantly turned it like dark. I'm actually gonna add more water. It's the cornstarch kept thickening on me, so we want it thick but not super thick. So here and so more water. So how do you like that, beef salted? We've got our gravy, and I'll taste it too to make sure. I do believe it's probably on like a salty side because of the beef broth that was added. And we already have a lot of, that's pretty good. It's like it's just slightly runny, but it's, you know, it's not goopy or anything. It's like a nice consistency. Give that a little taste. It's gonna be strong, but I think when paired with the potato and the carrot, which I haven't seasoned too heavily, I think it'll go well. That's good. Yeah. So do you think that the gravy goes on the side or it goes right into the cottage pie? I think I can do either, but it's so nice that I kind of want to keep it on the side. I think I want to keep it on the side. What do you think? Yeah, I don't know. Put some right in put some right in. I think I do need a bit in though to make it less dry. I don't know. You know what? But I don't have a lot here unless I just keep adding water and starch. I could do that. Let me do that because it's strong on the sodium side. So, okay. So I'm going to temper some more cornstarch with water. So I'll double the amount of gravy so that we have extra. We'll put it right in our cottage pie, and we'll also have it on the side for serving. I think that works. Okay. So we are gonna go heavy on the water. We're good for flavor. Yeah. The beef has been really, really seasoned. Hi, Gaily Gal. How are you? Thank you for your comment. Yeah, it's a Mother's Day weekend special here in North America. We have a lot of viewers from UK, and their Mother's Day was March, so people celebrate Mother's Day on different days. Okay, I have to fire it up if I'm going to do this again. And these are foods that our family likes. So there's no theme today. Usually we have a viewer's request theme, and but Jackie's cheesecake is a family favorite. Shepherd's pie is also a favorite. It's also easy to make and to feed a lot of people. We've got a turkey going, but we're not streaming the turkey because that will take a very long time to bake. So we're doing that later, the turkey. And we have spinach dip, which will go really well with bread. That looks good. Look at that gravy. Yum. The sauce, it's got a lot of seasoning. It's definitely good on the sodium content. It's got beef broth. I think I'll describe what's in it. So I'm going to cheat. I'm not really going to say how it tastes. So I don't know how to describe that. There's a lot of seasoning in it. So there's beef broth. There's onion soup mix in it, just straight from a box. A little bit of Worcestershire, but I think the taste of that has been masked. There was only a couple tablespoons of that, compared to the portion of beef that we have here. So don't think that flavor stands out anymore. It's mainly the beef broth, the onion soup mix, the natural beef taste. So that's pretty good. How does that gravy look to you, B. Sultan? I'm just looking at the bigger screen. I don't always see everything. Hi, cool man. How are you? Welcome to our show, and happy Mother's Day if you're celebrating where you are. Yeah, this gravy looks pretty good. It's not too thick. I do like it runny like this. I'll just taste for flavor. I know we've been diluting it, and I put my backwash back in there, but my family's eating, so it's okay. That's good. I like it lighter because the beef is already quite seasoned. I do like it lighter like that. I do like that I have diluted it with water. Okay, so I think I'm going to put gravy all over so that we've got more moisture going. I actually feel like I could do more gravy. You know, I feel like it could be more wet. I do. So I am going to do that again. Add more water and temper some more corn flour. Yeah, I do like lots of gravy. The moisture is very good for this pie. The potato will be quite dry on top. Now the carrot layer isn't so dry. Yeah, it's thickening. It's also reducing too as it continues to boil, so that also thickens it as well, in addition to having this corn flour in. We need to add our magic color. We have to add a bit of dark soy to just enhance the brown.
Yeah, she's doing her show.
There you go. It's darker now. Look at that color. Hi, Borg. That was Winston. Yeah, my mom. She came over. I don't know what she's doing. That's Winston. Oh, it's very well, I like gravy thick too, but for this cottage pie, a bit of moisture is good because we're not covering it when we bake it, so it will dry it out. Unless I do cover it. I could decide to cover it if I want, but typically it's not covered. At least the recipes that I saw didn't show that the shepherd's pie is covered. If you think I should cover it, let me know. Yeah, and I am gonna make it runnier, just so that we have the moisture in the cottage pie when it's baked. So it's turned a lot runnier, but it'll be good. It'll be good for the cottage pie, and anything left over, we can reduce it as a side serving of gravy. Yes, yeah. So this is we're cooking this for tomorrow actually. Okay. I feel like I need more liquid because I have a lot of casserole. Yeah. Oh, so my mom came over to deliver some fresh mint from the garden. Tomorrow we are cooking Vietnamese spring roll and summer rolls, and the mint will go really nice. And I like fresh mint from the garden. It's just sort of it's not really worth it to buy to pay $3 for mint. It grows like a weed. It grows in abundance. It's such an easy herb to grow. So my mom brought some fresh ones over. So the beef is seasoned. I just felt it looks a bit dry, so that's why, and I keep doing this, I feel like it needs more liquid. So I'm gonna just do a bit more. Hopefully it's the last run, and then we're good. Then I could finish forming and layering the pie, and then we're good. Yeah, you wish you had a garden. We didn't have a garden for a long time. Our last two homes are condo and townhouse, no garden. And we finally, we had to move further. So we are about 1 hour from the center or the financial center of Toronto. So we're not in a place where everyone wants to be. But we're in Markham, which is a suburb. We like it here. It's developed. It is its own city. It's very and it is the fastest growing city in Canada. We like it very much. My husband likes it because there's dim sum, Chinese dim sum. So if you're not familiar with what dim sum is, like for some viewers, dim sum is pretty much like tapas, appetizers, and you order a bunch of them and you eat them, and they tend to be meatballs or steamed or barbecued or fried, small portions of meat and food. And the word dim sum, it actually means touch your heart because these are all very nice little cute little tapas. And in China it's not eaten thank you so much for the follow. I can't see who you are. Excellent. I couldn't read all the letters because some of the darkness of my stove was covering, but if I can think of what I visualized, it was like Excel Carburai, but that's my best guess. Yeah, so it was funny. Like my husband and I were talking about places where we would move to retire, and we can't be too far from our community because we love dim sum. My husband, he's not Chinese, but he's like dim sum is one of his favorite foods. When we want to eat something on a weekend morning, dim sum is always one of those options that come up, and probably one of the only types of foods that we eat regularly. Like we like lots of foods, but we have dim sum like regularly. I don't know what you consider regularly, but for us, once every 2 weeks or once every 1.5 weeks is yeah. So how's that gravy? So I think that helps. That will help, and keep it moist. So we'll have some on the side too. It'll be good. Yeah, that definitely, and then I'll just sort of use my wooden spatula to work it into the, I kept it thin at the bottom. It's highly seasoned. I want to load it with plenty of carrot and mashed potato just for health reasons. Balance the protein with a lot of vegetable. Although these are starchy vegetables, yeah. quite good because we don't want it falling apart. Okay. Am I missing something in the chat? I am. Yeah. Yes, my mom is very thoughtful. She cooked soup yesterday. She called me over to have some. And I do the same too. Like after the show, I'm gonna give her some food too. So it's fun. Like after the shows, I deliver food to them. Sometimes even in the morning, I cook a quick breakfast because this kitchen is inaccessible to Mr. Cook for Fun. He refuses to show on camera, so he has to get all his supplies and what he needs for breakfast before the stream starts. And sometimes I just cook up a quick breakfast sandwich, like a English muffin, pretty much like if you're familiar with McDonald's, like an egg McMuffin with bacon or with sausage. I whip up that really quickly, and he eats that. And I usually do an extra for my parents, just one. My mom isn't so keen on fried food, but for my dad and yeah. They live really, really close by. Yeah. Yep, so Showertown, we would find it hard to retire, and we like small town living, but we like dim sum. We really do. And dim sum, we can't make it. I know it's odd for me to say that because I believe in making anything that you want to eat, but dim sum is hard. It's very, very hard to make dim sum. Oh, the carrot has moisture, so I don't have to be too worried about moisture. Okay, that's good, because some of that, okay, so how do I do this ever so carefully? Okay, just sort of I'll just dollop it, like, and then I'll sort of I'll spread it to make sure like I have enough to sort of go around. There's going to be less carrot than there will be mashed potato. You know what I can do is I can do a switcheroo. You don't need to see the gravy anymore. So I'll move that. And this can take heat, and this can take heat, so it's okay if the burners are still warm. Okay, so I'll just move that. Then you can see. Yeah, you can see that. Oh, you can't even see this. There. Okay. Wow. It is warm. Okay. It doesn't like that. It's making this sound. Although it's a bread loaf, it can take heat for sure. Okay. Oh, sort of fell out of sequence. I think I'm missing part of the chat. My old home. No. So we would have to travel to our suburb of Markham to have good dim sum. Yeah. There's a lot of dim sum where we are right now. Like a lot. We're in a Chinese and South Indian neighborhood, so there's a lot of Tamil food and a lot of Indian and a lot of Chinese food here. Yeah. And so our grocery stores have lots to choose from. It's fun. Yeah. Okay, so this is baby food. This is carrot. Carrot mash. Okay, let's sort of skim it. I might not be able to cover it perfectly because I don't have as much carrot as I have beef or potato, but we'll just do our best. Kind of ran out of space when I was trying to boil all these vegetables. Yeah, I first attempted to boil everything in one pot, and then I got another pot started. Dim sum, yeah, we. My mom always says a lot of food is unhealthy. Like she alters recipes that so they don't taste the same anymore. So, yeah, B.S. Sultan. Like I made the pheasantjan, which is the Persian chicken, and my mom really liked it, and she was like, "What if I don't have any nuts?" She thought she can make it without any nuts. I get it if you can't make it with walnuts. You want to make it with almonds or a different nut, but the recipe calls for a whole cup of walnut or a nut. You can't just omit it. It just won't taste the same. So my mom likes to alter her recipes quite a bit. I don't remember, where was my train of thought? Talking about carrot. It'll come back to me. Okay. That's just like a thin layer of potato. I'll see you later, Gaily gal. Needs more chicken. You mean in this dish, or you mean in my last stream when I made the pheasantjan? Needs more chicken. Yeah. Okay, so that's our carrot. Now we do the potato. I do have shredded cheese, and I have parsley flakes. So it's for color. And I have carrot on this, but I don't care because I'm gonna add cheese to the potato, so the color is not gonna ruin it. Okay, so it's hard. So I'm gonna get my fork, because I'll have to use my fork to fluff it up. That's the lingo, fluffing it up. To add texture. It's not super spreadable, so I'll have to go easy with the dollops. It's been cooling off for some time. So I will do the mukbang, which is a social eating portion of the show, for the cake once this cottage pie is in the oven. And once the pie's in the oven, I'll do the spinach dip. And I think by the time the spinach dip is done, it doesn't take any time at all. Did my mom give me any green onion? I have tons of mint. Okay, I might have to forego the green onion and just do a bit of regular onion, but I'll see. Maybe not. I'll just mix that in later, because a regular onion will release a lot of water when I have the dip chilling overnight in the fridge. Green onion doesn't release water, so it's good for dips. My Streamlab, which is the widget I use for the chat, is ahead of the cell phone. So, okay. Hi, it's Waga. Yeah, I just followed the recipe, so it was about 1 pound of chicken to 1 cup of a walnut. I guess it depends on how much gravy you want, right? How much sauce you want. 1 cup. So 1 cup? 1 cup. I don't have it here. The 1 cup is... So this is half a cup. So 2 of these would be 1 cup, and that's how much walnuts we used last time. But absolutely, I mean, the walnut really makes the dish, like it's like the star of the dish. And so is a pomegranate, but you don't add too much. You just add like a few tablespoons because it's strong. The molasses, the pomegranate molasses. So for some of you who weren't on the show, a couple streams ago, I'd say 3 weeks ago, we did a viewer's request for Itzwaga. We made pheasant jan, which is a Persian chicken stew that where the sauce is made with ground walnut and pomegranate molasses. It's delicious. Pomegranate molasses and pomegranate and walnut are two superfoods. They're so good for you. The combination of the nutty walnut with the tartness of the pomegranate, they go so well together. It's very different from a lot of recipes that you might be more familiar with. Like this is a nut-based sauce, with like the tartness of the pomegranate. It goes incredibly together, and it's healthy. It wasn't, it wasn't fried in oil. I'm doing that tomorrow with the spring rolls, but it wasn't. It's really healthy. So that was so nice to taste. It's not beautiful. That was one thing I mentioned on the stream that, the pheasant jan, it's just one color. You've got the walnut is like the ground walnut is a beigey brown color. The chicken is also beige. Like there wasn't much. And same with this potato. It's not very pretty. It's just beige, and that's why we've got the cheddar. We've got the cheddar cheese, and we've got parsley. This isn't very nice either. I gotta really work at, but I do have to cover the carrot up. I do, because we gotta make the top even, and then I can start, swirling and making all these nice texture designs with my fork. And I didn't add too much milk. Otherwise, it would be more spreadable. But I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't feel like adding. Wanted to keep the taste of the potato more intact. So to decorate the pheasant jan dish, we made strawberry roses, and we sprinkled pomegranate seeds. And, yeah, that was a hit. My mom asked me for a personal cooking session the next day. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna sort of add the potato to the other one, and then I think we're good to start texturing. Let's see. There's been a lot of chat. Hi, Obs the Patio Mentalist. How are you? Welcome to our show. We're almost about to put this cottage pie in the oven. Then we will start the social eating session portion for the cheesecake. Yeah. Then we'll make the spinach dip. It's a long stream today. Yep. Long day. Uh-oh. Did we actually not make enough potato? Okay, we'll have to be very careful in spreading the potato so that we can at least cover up the carrot. Okay, so yeah. Hi, Eliotas. Thanks for your comments, Obs the Patio Mentalist. I'm glad you think it's nice. It'll look nicer once I sprinkle the cheese and add the parsley flake. So I'm sort of massaging it. That's what I'm doing. Spreading it. That's what I'm doing. Spreading it. That's a better word. Spreading the potato. Yeah. Luco Rivers, you have mint M&Ms. I've never heard of that. How do you like the mint M&Ms? Yeah, interesting. I guess it's like a mint chocolate, which does make sense because mint and chocolate go well together. Mint and chocolate. Oh, while I'm doing this design, I can sort of try to see if I can swirl a heart. So at least I'll get it the potato spread first, and then try to sort of do a heart. Yeah. You might not be able to see it because sometimes you know, you might not be able to see it. I don't think you can see it. You might, but I don't know if you can. I can sprinkle the cheese around the perimeter of the heart to really, you know, accentuate the heart. I can do that. Yeah. Okay, just sort of get these edges looking neat. So I'm just gonna dab at the edge of the casserole dish, and I'll wipe it down. Wipe down any excess. Can't see much. It's pretty boring. Just potato on top. All the good stuff is underneath. Well, potato's good too, but all the flavorful gravy that we mixed up is all underneath. What am I missing? Okay, just gonna wipe down the edge. I could do this as a last step though. I might actually make more of a mess later. Okay, wipe it down. Okay, let's get our cheese. So what are we gonna do with the cheese? I think I'm gonna, I know what to do. Okay, I'm gonna, make the heart orange on the inside. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'll do. So I'll make it orange inside, and then I'll line the edge of the heart also with orange, so that there's going to be like a border. Yeah. Oh, you can see it. Okay, I just wasn't sure how much detail you can see, at least from the distance. Zen. I like that word. You know, I like Zen. It's associated with meditation, peace, inner calmness. All good things that we need more of in this fast-paced world. Getting a nice, like, curved, getting a nice curve here, but not so much here, so I just have to work at that. Maybe work with smaller bits to sort of get the detail I want. Shower tone, does this remind you of playing with food? Okay. I'm a specialist in chopsticks, not so much the fork. That is true. That is true. But thank you for, you know, that comment about the fork. Maybe I'm not a specialist at using the fork for eating, but maybe for drawing on my food, perhaps using the fork as a writing instrument. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Yes, that's what I'm doing. So I'm making this outer edge. I'm running out of long shreds. Yeah, so don't know how this is going to look. I'm going to go easy with this border. Yeah. And we're going to add parsley on the outside, so, you know, there will be a lot of color, like at least, you know, as colorful as Sheppard or cottage pie could get. It's a cheesy heart, Meditation potatoes. I think cooking is therapeutic. I enjoy cooking. I enjoy streaming while cooking. I think if I were to do this alone, it'd just be too lonely. Like, I don't think I would do this. I don't think I would decorate this if I were cooking alone. I would just sort of dump the potato right on top, but because I'm in your company, I want to make it special. Yes, because you're all special. Yeah. It's like when I announced to Mr. Cook for Fun that, like I want to have guests over, like I want my friend wants to come over, like let's have them over. He starts cleaning the house. Like he cleans, like, and I always tell him it's all right. It's just my friend. They don't really mind. They don't judge. It's all right. And kind of like that gap there. So, so people's expectations change when they're in the presence of others. I can't see you, but I totally know you're here. Yeah. It is a lot of work, for sure. And food engineering, playing with food. Okay. Well, yeah, why not? Engineers. Like to play, but yeah, okay. Food engineering, or food artistry, food presentation. This wasn't planned, by the way. I didn't plan on doing this hard. It just sort of happened. I thought I would sprinkle it and then, like while using the fork to smooth out the potato, I created this heart, and then I thought let's accentuate the heart with the sharpness of the orange, right? So, it wasn't my plan. So, ideas sort of, I get inspiration from the show, from all of you, to want to step this up a notch, for sure. I'm missing some comments about yes, you're so funny. Okay, hold on. Just so that you understand what I'm looking at, what I'm like commenting on. That's right, Luco River. Sometimes you just want to eat some. That's sure. Like for sure. Like we have mac and cheese like in the cupboard. We have all that stuff. We're not cooking all the time. Sometimes the cooking takes up a lot of energy, but it's fun. But sometimes you just can't. Yesterday I ate out and I had dumplings, and I had fish and chips. Another British classic, fish and chips. This kind of looks funny. This, I don't know. What should I do? I think I need to. I purposely left it unclosed because I don't think it should be closed. I'm using my fingers. I'm not even using like tweezers or something. I think the professionals would use tweezers to carefully place each piece. Yeah, that's pretty good. Thanks so much for the follow. Oxy Patio Mentalist. Okay, I can see this better. It's bigger, the font in the front. How long will it bake for? It will bake for half an hour. You're gonna grate some cheese to eat now. Stepping up the art game. I started preparing food at the weekend for the week. That's right, cooking for a week. I wanted these streams to be focused on cooking for the week, but by Wednesday we run out of the food, and then it's like we have to cook again. So it would have been a misnomer to call it cooking for the week, but it's a good idea. you freeze things, you combine things differently. So if you were to do like a stir fry or baked chicken, you can use that for wraps, for pasta. Like you can use that chicken for different dishes. Yeah. Yeah, like I support storing food. Like my freezer's full. My fridge is never full. My fridge is always full because I'm always stocking up on food, so that I could cook things on the fly if I need to. Like I had a couple weeks ago, my cousin and aunt came over because they went to visit my parents, and they dropped by, and because they didn't realize that we had moved down moved to a home on the same street, and so I whipped together quickly. It wasn't fancy. I assembled crackers with cheese and cucumber and jalapeno on top. But I used matzo bread, so it was like larger than regular crackers. You know what? I'm gonna get these chopsticks. Some of the cheese is in the middle, so I'm just gonna. I don't know if it was always there and I didn't realize it, or if it just landed there recently. So, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. What do you think of this heart? How does it look on camera? Let me see. Yeah. What's a fullerino? I'll look that up. Yeah. Okay. And let's decorate this outer. Let's have this heart wrestling in like wrestling nestled in a garden. So how do I want to do I want the color saturated or just like a gradation? Let's see. I'll just start and see where I go. Okay. I think I do want like a heavier parsley around the edge, just to really make the heart pop. Yeah, I think that works. And then I can taper the parsley content as we move away from the heart. 'Cause I do, yeah. You eat your fast food in the park. I like doing that. I've done that before. When we can't, when we have the dog with us, and like we're limited on where we can, on going into any indoor establishment. So, yeah, we do that. We get fast food all the time. We like Indian fast food, yeah, or Sri Lankan fast food around this neighborhood. Yeah. Huh. How does that look on camera? So funny. I think my parents or my family's gonna laugh when they see this. Last week I carved an apple swan, and then I gave that to my parents to bring to my nieces, my young nieces. My brother's in another suburb. My parents went to visit. I didn't go, and so I said, take this apple swan. So they're gonna come over tomorrow, the kids, the nieces, and I think they're gonna like this heart. Do you think I need more, like parsley around the? I don't know. I mean, I could. I can't sign it here, right? It's too small, but I think that's good. Let me think. I mean, I can do like a little bit of the inner rim. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, that'll be good. mashed potatoes. I think I'm behind in my chat. I am, okay. Instagram time. Haven't baked it, but I guess the cheese could turn into like a messy. Yeah. Messy, I don't know what to say. Messy cheesiness, I don't know. Instagram time, yeah. We use Twitter for our Cook for Fun. Oh, losing my precision on the inner heart. Because it's smaller. I'll have to use the chopsticks to sort of move aside some of the cheese shreds just to clean it up a bit. Okay, all right. Okay. This is pretty funny though. I can't believe I'm doing this. But I'm also happy I am. For anyone that is newly tuned in, they might be thinking, what is this? Like they might be surprised that this is cottage pie or shepherd's pie because it probably doesn't look like one that they've ever had before. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of that. Then I'll work on the other one. I probably won't put a heart in the other one. It's so smaller. It's a smaller pan. Beauteous. I like that word, beauteous. What's the difference between beautiful and beauteous? The heart looks beauteous. The heart looks beautiful. I'm just wondering, like when you know to use one over the other. Yeah. Pâté chinois. So I'm wondering, pâté, I always associate pâté with liver, like liver pâté, but what does pâté mean? And I know you're referring to chinois as like Chinese, because that's French, chinois, like Chinese pâté. I suppose pâté is also French, but I'm just wondering, is pâté, does that mean spread? I guess it does, right? Liver pâté. Okay, good, okay. Okay, I'll do this one quickly, this other one, so that I can put them in the oven at the same time and just get the timing right for both of them. It goes in for half an hour, and I think that's just enough time for, okay, I did promise I'll do the mukbang, the social eating for the cake, so I'll do that, and then I'll do the spinach dip, which is easy to do. I'm going to do a bit of prep. I'm going to strain the defrosted spinach. So we actually don't have a lot of potato. I'm just going to have to try my best to cover the orange up. Yeah, but that heart one looks really pretty. It'll be really fun to present that tomorrow. And the cake, we don't do anything to it. I don't have any icing. Well, I do have icing sugar, but I don't have any stencil to. Well, I can always make one with cardboard to do any fancy shape. I think we'll leave that intact. Okay, so I'm gonna keep it easy like that. It's not completely covered. We sort of ran out of potato, which I'm surprised that happened. We had a lot boiling, but and sprinkle the remaining cheese and a bit of parsley. So I think we're just gonna do a, let's see what the chat says. I think I'm behind. They're not synchronizing my phone. Cheesecake. Okay, beauteous is an old way of saying beautiful. Beauteous. I'm gonna say that and just have people look at me. Beauteous. Like everyone knows what it means. It's one of those words. Beauteous. And And one that I always get mixed up is utilize and use. Like, I think people say utilize to sound like they think they're smart. But I think there is a difference between utilize and use. We have to utilize this for, we're using this for, like, I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Just Beaucious. So this one's just more plain looking. All right, so they're both going in the oven. So pretty. I'm gonna give you a close-up look because I just want to. Oh, that's really, really close. That way, no, that way. Ta-da! Happy Mother's Day tomorrow. And if you're not celebrating, happy weekend. Happy day. Okay. All right. Let's get oven mitts on. Oh, en français. Bonjour, Chris Jack Online. Quelqu'un peut traduire pâté chinois en anglais? Chinese? Quelqu'un peut. Is that the verb for want, right? Je peux, tu peux, il peut, elle peut. Traduire, I don't know that word. Pâté chinois is Chinese, and anglais, English. Yes. That is pâté chinois. Smashed potato with meat and corn. Hello, Poison. How are you? Hi, Bane for Kate. It's been a while. How are you doing? Yeah. What's the translation of Chris Jack Online's message? I'm curious. Okay, so let's get this in. Okay, and let me show you the side view. So you can see the layers. Oh, can you see that? Okay, so you can see that, the orange layer in the middle. So it's pretty. Yeah. All right. If I move it anymore, I might drop it. So I'm putting this in the middle rack. So the cheese is going to melt. Hopefully the heart shape will stay intact. It should. It just might sort of thicken. Okay. Let's put that for half an hour. Everything is cooked. It just needs to bake. It's actually edible the way it is right now. All right, just gonna do a quick check to see if there's anything perishable in the kitchen. That's going in the fridge. I think we're good. Okay, I'm just gonna put some spinach in a colander in our cake sifter so that the water can start dripping from it when we do our spinach dip. Okay. What a mess in this kitchen. All right, give that a little squeeze. Okay, so that's straining right now. And we're gonna do our social eating part of this show just for the cake. Okay, and then we're gonna whip up our spinach dip, and then by then the cottage pie should be ready. Okay, this is perishable, which is the margarine. Let me change the camera view. Okay. Ah bon, tu comprends un peu le français, donc oui. Un petit peu. Just a little bit. Yeah, we have to learn French in Canada. But we don't speak it regularly. We don't speak it outside of school. It's not a business language here, so I learned it as part of school, but didn't use it. So I know some, but not a lot. I wish I did know more because it is one of the official languages of Canada, but yeah, it's not. I'm just closing this. Oh, I can probably turn off this camera at the back, so I can turn that off. Call it the webcam. Okay, better. Okay. All right. Oh, lots of cooking. Okay. Pâté chinois to English. Okay. you understand a bit of French. Okay, ah bon. Okay. Thank you for the translation. Yeah. Thanks always to moderators for helping and volunteering in the show. You want to take the smaller bread pan and eat it just now? Yeah. Who's going to do all the dishes? I will. But I like doing dishes. It's therapeutic. Like this mess. Oh my gosh. You can see so much in the camera. Oh my gosh. That just looks... That's just awful. I'll just sort of cover it so you don't see it. That's just awful. Thank you, the mic. Okay, yeah. So we're not going back there as much, except to take out what's in the oven. Okay, so, here, this is what I can do. I can move the camera to here. Yeah, since the menu thing is already covering. Oh, there. You can see something. All right, so here's our Japanese cheesecake. Okay. It is a cross between like Western cheesecake and sponge cake. So it's got a spongier texture. Let me grab a fork. I'll have to demonstrate the taste. It's also made with half a lemon as well, like half a lemon's worth of juice. I did add lots of margarine to the edges, so let's see if it will plop out. Got my butter knife. Okay, got my butter knife, and yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll just perforate the edge, just make sure. Okay, I'll do the same with here, although it seems to have cleanly come off the sides. Okay, I can see there's like this nice gap between the cake and the pan. I don't know if this will just flip over. Oh, it flipped. It did. Ta-da! Kind of looks nice upside down. Okay. Ooh, some little extras came off. Fell through the hole. Okay. One second. I always plate. I always use this to plate, and I always use this. Let's do that. Okay, move this up ahead. All right. Can you send your dishes to me? If I cook off those dishes, I might wash them, but Yeah, you never see Mr. Cook for fun. The most you've ever seen is his hand. When I had trouble lighting a match for someone's birthday, he reached over and helped. So he was then known as Mr. Hand. And sometimes you see the fridge open, but that's covered today. I don't know why. I guess it's my positioning. And then someone will mention the fridge magically opened on its own. So that's but you can't see the face because it's blocked by, the webcam or the menu sign. So yes, Mr. Cook for Fun is very mysterious. I should use a table mic stand for your can with a round front base. So we have this too. And we used this last week, and we put it on top of the KitchenAid, the mixer, and we were showing the view, but this is just the easy way, and it's covered except the legs, so it's all good. Yeah, they are dangerous. Oh, okay. I'll look it up. Oh, why did I pack the cake in foil? So we had it cooking in a bain-marie. A bain-marie, which is a water bath. Where did that go? How could that be lost? It was it's right here. Huh. So we had we had this cake in here, okay, like that. And then we had water in this turkey roasting pan. We filled water to approximately half the height, okay? And we wrap it to keep water from seeping in. Yeah. Okay, let's start. Okay, so let me describe. So I'm gonna cut it. You know, I need to take my picture. Keep it in suspense. And you'll be in the picture too, because I'll feature the camera I'm looking at in the picture, and then it'll go on Twitter. Twitter/CookForFunTV. So say smile, everyone, you're in the picture. All right. Okay. And that's good, I think. Okay. 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 First slice is for you. Yum. You have the first bite. Okay. Then I'll try it. It's always good. I haven't had this in half a year. It's so good. So, take a look at it. It's a sponge cake, but there's like a hint of cream cheese taste to it and lemon. I think I should have used the entire lemon. It does definitely have a lemon taste to it, but more citrus would be also very, very nice too. And this one might be overcooked compared to this bigger one because of the size. So it's drier from what I remember. This one will have a more moist taste to it because it's bigger. Okay, I should get Instagram as well. The cameras are out of sync. Yeah, a little bit. That's so funny. Yeah, lemon is good. Lemon is gone. Blueberry would be very good with it. Yeah, just cover it with blueberry. Oh, I've got strawberries in the fridge. Okay, I know what I'm having for dessert later. Did sugar get added at the flour stage? No, the sugar got added during the meringue stage. Yeah. Blueberries would be really, really good. As plain as it looks, it is flavorful with the cream cheese. Yeah. But I must say this smaller cake is dry compared to what this bigger cake will be. I've never made it this size. Oh, I do have the recipe. You hit !recipe and it'll come up. But I reduced the sugar amount, but I kept everything else in the recipe intact. It's nice and light, for sure. But I think another, like the entire lemon would have been good. Or maybe it's just, it just feels dry because it's small. And I feel like the lemon, the lemon juice would have added more moisture to it. But yeah, this is drier than usual because I don't, for 1 hour and 10 minutes of baking time, this is way too long for this size. Okay, so we're gonna do our spinach dip. We're gonna whip that up quickly. Okay. I'm also gonna, yeah, okay, that's fine. I can deal with this one later. Okay. I'll have to give this a rinse because I'm running out of bowls. Everything, I used up everything just to cook today. Want it nice and dry. Don't want to add excess liquid to our dip. Want to keep it creamy. Okay. This looks like a mess. It won't take me too long to wash. Yeah. Okay. But it's therapeutic too. I can turn on some music and wash the dishes. Okay. So, okay, I have my spinach here. This is just frozen spinach. Okay. And this is based off of a very classic recipe. If you search Knorr's, Knorr, and apostrophe S, Knorr's classic spinach dip, I would say that is a very, very popular spinach dip recipe. It's a hit at a lot of parties. It's packed full of flavor because of the soup mix, but because I didn't get the Knorr's vegetable mix, or soup mix, I got the onion. I looked up another recipe that requires onion. It's the exact same recipe, except instead of vegetable soup mix, it uses onion soup mix. And I did that on purpose because I use onion soup mix for the Sheppard's or cottage pie. So I thought, let's keep it budget friendly. When I bought the Knorr's soup mix, it came in a set of 2. I thought it was actually half the price of the vegetable one. I thought it can't be that different. It's all like sodium based. You can see it's just like powder. It'll just have a stronger onion taste, which is actually fitting because I forgot to harvest the green onions from my parents' garden, and I guess since we're omitting them, we will make up for the onion flavor with the dried onion in here. So I guess it works out. Okay, get my paper towel. I'm gonna squeeze as much water out of this spinach. Squeezing it onto this towel. So poor towel, it's gonna get wet. Do I have a dishwasher? I do the dishwashing by hand. The funny thing is, we had a dishwasher. It would have been under me. So our last kitchen, when our show started, we were in a different kitchen. We were in our townhouse, and we bought that from the builder, and we elected not to have a dishwasher. We actually elected to buy our own appliances. So we had a gas stove. We had like a fridge that we like a bigger fridge, and we elected not. We just didn't buy a dishwasher. We bought our own appliances, and we just didn't buy a dishwasher. And our real estate agent said that when we sell our home, we have to put a dishwasher because it's just not gonna be attractive. Like we wanted to have a lot of buyers bidding for our home, and having no dishwasher would sort of detract from people wanting to wanting the home. So we bought this home. We sort of had to do some bridge financing. We bought this home, and then we took out the dishwasher from this home and we brought it to the other home. So we don't have a dishwasher. We'll probably get one in the future, but I've never grown up using a dishwasher. I know it's really good, really convenient. Yeah, but I'm quite used to washing by hand. I once, when I used to live close to my grandma in Hong Kong, I would see her regularly, and one time I told my grandma, oh, I need to exercise, I need to work out, and she says to me, go wash the dishes. You know what? She's right. She's right. Do your house chores. If you feel like you need to exercise, do your house chores. Don't blame it on needing to go to a gym or something. Yeah, so I always remember that, my grandma saying that. When you visited New Zealand, I found out they had dip recipes that use powder. Is it common? It is common. So Crafts, Knorr's, a lot of food brands promote their products by putting together like a recipe book or promoting the recipes. I often see recipes promoted on YouTube. A lot of ads that play before your actual video starts that you want to watch, and I've seen a lot of food companies do that, like explain that you can use their product to make this awesome dish. So yeah, it is quite common to use soup mix. My mom's not a fan personally. She thinks it's high in sodium, but it really is good. When you omit it, it just doesn't taste the same. So this isn't Knorr's. This is Knorr's, but it's onion. It's the classic dip actually calls for vegetable soup mix, but hey, look, the cover has is promoting onion dip with this, so I'm gonna use it. I think that's all right, so I'll just do it. And okay, a very important ingredient is water chestnut to give you that crunchy texture. It's really, really good. So I have my bullet. Okay, I already rinsed off the carrot. That was my trick. By adding the water to it and using that to temper the corn flour for the gravy. That was my trick. I was cleaning the bullet. I have to be careful not to drop anything back here. It's quite a war zone back here. It's pretty awful. Okay, I have my water chestnut somewhere. I took it out last night. I'm gonna open it up. Okay. So, have I heard of Biryani Spinach Persian? I have not. Please do tell me what's in it. Yeah, I would love to know. And I do have an extra portion of spinach like this in the freezer, so we can probably make that work. What I find is that whenever I feature baking, 10 more minutes on the show, during the baking segment, I have to do something else. So last week when we did the Karelian pasty, the Finnish rice pudding pie, while that was baking, I carved the apple swan. Like I have to do something kind of light in between, so that I'm not sitting there and saying, hey, let's watch the clock, let's watch the timer count down as food is being baked. I don't think that would fly very well. So I have to do something. Yeah, so we have our water chestnuts, and I'm going to dry that too. When we want to keep our dip nice and creamy, so just sort of absorb any excess liquid. Yeah. Why would people want to buy a house with pre-existing appliances? I never want to use someone else's stuff since I wouldn't know how old it was or if it is damaged. That is true. So in the Greater Toronto area, that's just sort of the way it is. People don't carry their appliances with them when they move. I think back in the 80s, it was popular to take your appliances with you when you move, but times have changed. Like that's just the way it is. Like we would have wanted to bring our appliances along, but our agent told us
to keep them there because they're really nice. Because we paid to buy we paid to get a gas line connection and for a gas stove. The standard is not a gas stove here. It's electric here. That's what we have here. We are going to run a gas line at some point and change this stove. But yeah, so that's how we sort of had to buy it. In UK, you don't see that. No powdered base dips. We have fresh dips you can buy. But so the powder will actually get absorbed in the sour cream and the mayonnaise. And an important part of this recipe is to chill it for 2 hours before serving. Yeah, I will. So I will try it in front of you, but that's the proper way to chill it overnight, or at least 2 hours. And then like you won't taste the powder. It will be completely blended and fused with the sour cream and the mayonnaise. Okay, it might get a little bit loud. I'm going to just use a magic bullet. Maybe I'll just sort of mute it while I'm doing that. Yeah. Okay. If you're wondering why I was shaking, it's because it's pretty small, this bullet. So I just have to, when something gets lodged into like around the blade, I have to just make sure I dislodge it. Then the rest of the ingredients can get processed. Ooh, I'm running out of. I'll have to use a spoon then. I'm running out of like spatulas and utensils and stuff. Okay. So we just put that in. We have some that aren't quite processed, but that's all right. Whoever scoops that part of the dip will get a larger chunk of a yummy water chestnut. Yep. And the spinach I got was already pre-chopped, so that's why I'm using minimal effort to make this. No giant spatula this time. I remember your comment. I think that's it. Let me check my handy notes. I would have put green onion in it, but I didn't harvest any, and I think there's enough onion flavor in this soup mix. Oh, I didn't even write down the recipe because I think I know it. Oh, okay. That's it. Okay, that's it. So I'm going to dump the soup mix in. Okay. So there are bits of dried onion in there, and like overnight or after 2 hours, they will get hydrated in the cream and mayo. Okay, so let's do that. The sour cream and mayo. Okay, so my half cup. We're doing good for time. 4 minutes for the shepherd's pie. Okay, so the ratio is one mayo to 2 sour cream. The recipe called for 1 cup of mayo to 2 cups of sour cream, which would have been the whole thing. We're gonna divide that in half. That's just a lot. It'll take very long to eat, so let's do that. Okay, I contaminated this spoon, so I'll have to use another one. Okay, here's another one. So I brought this to a party once. I didn't use the onion soup mix. I used the vegetable one. And people were saying it's so good, and I said it's got a cup of mayo, and then it scared one of my friends. She was like, "Oh, I'm not eating anymore. It's got a cup of mayo."
Yeah, so it's unfortunately it's nothing it's not something you should be eating all the time, but it's great for parties. It's, when you want to do something festive, that's all right. Okay. See you later, Charlottetown. You gotta. Oh, it must be later where you are. Okay. Well, take care. Thanks for tuning in and for your wonderful moderation on our show. Yeah, our volunteers make it happen. Yeah. I often don't see what gets moderated out because I'm looking at I'm looking at a widget called Streamlab so that I can see the font in a larger size. So I think the font is probably around 20 to 24. In the past, I used to look at exactly what you're seeing. I used to look at the Twitch view and I would stick my head up to read the comments because the font would be really small. So that has since changed. So here's a half cup. So that's my one portion. That looks like a lot of. It's gonna be a very chunky dip, but I think it'll work because we have one full cup of sour cream. So yeah. All right. Okay. And I'm just gonna. Good. That is a lot of mayo. That's why it's delicious. Oh, so North American mayo jars look different from the ones you're familiar with. Yeah. Okay. Sour cream in containers. Okay. So let me see if you can see. I'll just point at the camera so you can see what I see. Ugh. That's what I see. And now you can see how messy my dining table is. But so that black screen to the left, that's the chat widget. So the font is quite enlarged so I can see you. Yeah, so okay, let's get this cluttery thing back on. Okay, I think that's right. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just put the mayo spoon. I think it's all right. 2 portions of this. So this is half a cup. So I'm going to do 2 of these. Okay, so the ratio is 1 to 2, mayo to sour cream. So my husband actually, he doesn't like mayo and he doesn't like sour cream. So he doesn't eat this. Okay, that's the timer for the shepherd's pie. So 1, that's a nice heaping portion. I'll just turn that off and we're almost done making the dip. Then we can do the shepherd's pie. Okay. So 1 sour cream and then 1 more. Okay. So we actually have quite a bit of dip. It's not synced. Yeah, it's quite a bit. That's why I didn't follow the recipe to use 1 cup of mayo and 2 cups of sour cream. We have a lot of food that we're serving tomorrow. Tomorrow we also have spring rolls and summer rolls. Those are really, really good. Yeah, those are yummy. Okay, that's a lot. That's okay. A little bit more. About 1 to 2 tablespoons over. That's all right. All right. Okay. You're taking notes. Okay, in Norway you don't have mayo. Okay, you can make your own mayo. I've never done it, but very similar technique as doing the meringue that we did earlier today. You would get egg white and whip it up, but it's got lots of oil in it. Mayo it's quite unhealthy. It's made of egg white and a lot of oil. What does this say? And this has preservatives in it, but a homemade mayo would be like egg white and and oil. That's how you make it. So I'm gonna put these perishables away first and then stir this up and then we're done. Oh, I forgot the sour cream. Okay. Long stream today. Okay, thanks for sticking around. Tomorrow shouldn't be as long. We're just making summer and spring rolls. Okay. Lick it. Dog. Yep, our dog is actually under the covers on the couch right now. Okay. Yum. Okay. Oh. Okay. Just mix it. And I can read the chat while I'm mixing. I don't really have to look down. Okay. I like a side of chips with my dip. So, we're going to try to look for a pumpernickel bread. Like a nice round one, and carve out a circle and put a bowl of dip in there if we can. If not, we will get a French baguette and cut up in slices and eat the dip with that. Yeah, we're keeping it healthy because we have our young nieces over and my parents. But my husband and I, we do like dip. We do like to do our nachos, like our multi-layer baked nachos on game night. We quite enjoy that and just eat chips for dinner. But yeah, it's a little different though for Mother's Day. Yeah. Oh, you can't see. There. Yep. Oh, it's yolk and oil. Is it? Or is it egg white? Okay, I wasn't sure. For mayonnaise. I really want to use a spatula, but it's dirty. And I could scrape the sides better. It'll look prettier that way. But, okay. Okay, I'm going to just... where did the others... Oh, it's right here. I'll just give this a really quick wash. I used it for potatoes, so it's not super dirty. And just... but I've got dry potatoes. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yolk and oil. I didn't know. Yeah, I've never made mayonnaise from scratch. Nachos are good. Egg yolk and oil, mustard and lemon juice. Homemade is in white. Okay. Ah. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. A little bit down here, but it's all right. There, it came off. I guess because it's a silicone. Maybe it just sort of slides easier off. Oily meringue. Yep. Okay. Oily meringue. Yeah. I wonder. Now that I think of it, it sounds kind of gross. We're eating raw egg in here. Okay, so I'm just gonna sort of. So we can start plating the shepherd's pie. Okay. I usually do all plating of all foods at once, but just wanted to. Didn't want you to wait too long in case people had to go. Okay, you can see. Doesn't look like much. It's just, well, it looks like dip. I will stick it in the fridge while I'm trying the cottage pie, but then I'll go back to this. And I'm sure some of the dried onion bits haven't been reconstituted yet. It has to
fully absorbs the moisture, but I will at least let you know how it tastes like. And I've never made it with the onion dip before, so that's pretty new. Okay, I'll just... And I'll make sure to present this nicer too. I've got these little sauce plates that I can use to to add it on. And I'll just sort of grab a carrot and eat it with that. I'll stick this in the fridge. I won't cover it. I'm gonna deal with it later. Okay. All right. It's pie time. Oh wow, it's so messy here. What a war zone. Yes. Raw egg is fantastic when done right. I like raw egg yolk. I like easy over eggs or sunny side eggs, and I like the raw yolk. It's so good. It's one of the. It's a very tasty and inexpensive thing to eat, like egg. It emulsifies with the oil. That's so fancy. So the egg yolk or the raw egg emulsifies. So the oil acts as a stabilizer, similar to cream of tartar, to keep it from sort of deflating. Is that what it does? Emulsify. Hey, did you buy your stuff, Shire Tone? A good dip. Chips and some crudités. What are crudités? Yeah. Okay, so pie time. Pie time. Let's get our cooling rack. Okay, so I moved the camera, so I guess I have to bring it over here. Wow, ooh, hot. Just get the fan on. Okay. Whoa. So let me show you this in the small camera. Okay. See? A nice heart. It's rather heavy, and I don't have a coaster here. I think this oven rack is a little, or this cooling rack is flimsy for the weight of this, but the heart turned out really, really nice. I do want to keep that on display, so let me get a coaster. Okay. Should have grabbed coasters, so right behind you. Okay. So it's okay. All right. So here are the coasters. Yes. I'm very proud. I'm going to take a picture of this. I quite like this. And I'm going to change the view too. Yeah. I'm going to change the view. Show the close up. Oh, okay. It showed my ear. So, your school French didn't extend to critique. No, it didn't. Okay, there we go. This is our cook for fun heart. Cook with heart. That's another good name too. Cook with heart. Cook for heart. Yeah. Okay. And this one looks good too. It's, it's plainer looking, but it's also really good. Okay. I can't believe I'm done. It seemed to take forever to cook. I quite like how this cottage pie looks. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll take a picture of you guys as well. So say cheese. Yeah. You're in the picture, and like your chat comments are in the picture too, but it won't, don't think it will show unless someone were to zoom in on the photo.
here. I didn't announce where I was going. I brought my plate back. Okay. So, thank you for the comments. Kale scale. I've never heard of a kale scale. Would that just be something for measuring the weight? Beaucious. Heart for cook. Heart for cook. Cook for heart. Crispy bits on the edge. I think I lost that trail. Yeah, in the comments. Okay, thank you, Nick Manthras. Enjoy your Eurovision. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day and weekend as well. Cheese. Hi, me and Moose. How are you? Thank you for joining our show. And let us know, too, what country you're tuning in from. Yeah, we like to know, and share your cooking ideas. It always makes it fun. Okay, and username's question. I discovered Twitch through my husband. He likes to watch people game. He's probably doing that right now upstairs. Like, he probably has a couple of screens open, like he's watching this show and he's watching other people play games. And he showed me the creative section. He says, like, look, people are cooking. I'm like, cool. Like, and like, I always thought you have to put on a production, a really professional production, and I could see that people were just being natural in their kitchens. The footage was very raw. I think a lot of people, their streams are more raw than mine. Like, they'll show you everything. They're getting their bowl, like they haven't prepared anything and they're getting everything as they go. I cut that out because of time. Like, I sort of want to be able to like keep things moving, but so I saw that and I was really intrigued. So I think I did a practice run without streaming. I had the camera in front of me and I watched the video afterwards. I had a lot of fun doing it. It was very testing too, because I wondered, well, what do you talk about on the stream? I felt like, I think among other streamers, I tend to talk quite a bit. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing, but I talk quite a bit. I feel like if I don't talk, someone joining the stream might not be able to pick up what I'm doing, and by talking, you know, in addition to the visual, they can get the oral, and they can decide if they want to stick around or whatever, tune out. So I was nervous about that, but then I grew to really enjoy it. And I found that I found that I had a lot of interest in what I was doing. Like, just the little details too, even drawing this heart on it. That's like, I like art as well. I don't do any art, but I did when I was a child, and I really enjoyed it then. And I don't know, like, I find all kinds of things really enjoyable, so I kept it up. And I get a kick out of people watching the show and meeting them and finding out what country the users are from, and seeing that people far and wide are tuning in. In my earlier shows, I used to bring out my globe. I don't know, I'm looking at it right now, my globe, and sort of go around the globe and ask people and just mention, okay, we have viewers today from here, and go around the globe. And other viewers who were silent would jump in and say, oh, I'm from here. And that's sort of what that banner means. It's just fun. And I don't know, that's a really, really long answer to your question, but I got into it because Mr. Fun introduced me to it. He said, if you want to do it, I can just hook it up for you, just like that. Like, oh, okay, we're live right now. It's quite neat. And it's been really rewarding. It's one of the most joyful things in my life. Like, you know, work could be stressful, right? But I enjoy this very, very much. If I were to do this alone, just cook, I would feel like, oh, I'm like, What a chore. But cooking is fun because I'm sharing it, and then it's just been more fun to to do the viewers' requests. Yeah. I've learned so much about cooking from the contribution of the viewers. Like, I openly admit that I'm not a chef. I've never been to culinary school, but I've enjoyed cooking since I was a kid, and I have just learned from doing. I'm not a professional. I do things wrong all the time. But like, I tell people that, and I think it's all right. And I want people to not be scared of cooking too. Like, I want people to see that whatever you eat in a restaurant, that food was made by a person. So that person could be you. You can make it yourself. So I just really, really like it. Like Twitch and streaming and cooking and interacting and meeting people and learning about different foods and sharing it, and then bringing some over to my parents after the stream is done. I like all that. Yep. Hello, Sneagle RL. Habla Nipayan. Yeah. Yeah. What is that? Habla Nipayan. Yeah. We're not an English only channel. We do, if people want to converse in their natural language, that's fine. And we just ask, people in the community help out by translating with, Google Translate or whatever. It's really open. Not everyone sees English as their default language or their mother tongue. Yeah, we shouldn't think that the world revolves around English. It's not like that. It's just, but Twitch, I happen to be from North America, but yeah, feel free if other language is comfortable to you. Okay, so maybe Google isn't helping out. Okay, shall I kind of like this screen display setting I have, because if I switch it, you see the messy room as the main. So let's keep it this way while I try the potato. And Mr. Cook for Fun, he's reaching over to grab some cheesecake that I left near the fridge. And he's hungry. He's going to be eating some of this pie soon. Yeah. All right. I like to use this flipper to as a serving utensil for the cottage pie. So yeah, I'll just do that. I'll just cut right in. And this heart one is for tomorrow's family dinner. Yeah. Okay. So we should have, we might have some juice come out because we do have gravy on it. Oh, and we have extra gravy too. Can I keep, will it stay intact? Because it hasn't cooled down yet, so it might, let's try my best. Okay. And I will pour a bit of gravy on it for B. Sultan. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, B. Sultan. Thanks for your comment. Yeah, I am enjoying the stream very much. Yeah. And thanks, Bane 4K. You should try streaming B. Sultan. The talking part it's awkward at first. And you can watch other shows. Not everyone talks a lot. I've seen some streams where the streamer only talks intermittently, like they'll focus and then they'll check it every now and then. It's not I don't think they're even facing the camera often. I think a lot of the streams
are focused on what's on the counter with a very small webcam, for even smaller than what I have, maybe like more of like 1/4 of the screen, versus now it's like 40 or 45% of the screen, but a little shorter. Yeah. Yeah, do it. I will follow you and watch it and learn about some of the foods you cook, because you probably have learned a lot from your family background. Yeah. Yeah. And same with everyone too. We are all from, different backgrounds. Yeah, try it. Yeah. Think out loud. Good for you, username. Yeah. What kind of streaming did you do? How will I reheat it for tomorrow's dinner? Oh, we'll just put it back in the oven. Yeah. Might cover it, because I think the second time you heat it, it tends to dry. So I might cover it. But I'm hoping that with the gravy content and the carrots, there's quite a bit of moisture. But we'll probably put a tin foil on top. Okay, let's eat it. Okay, let me get some gravy on it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give the gravy a pass because it's solidified and I'll have to heat it up too. Okay, let me do that quickly. I think I can do that fairly quickly. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'll add a splash of water to help the with the heating up of the gravy. Just a splash of water. Use the kettle. Yeah. It's solidified because the protein in the beef sort of like solidified. So, okay, that way. Okay, so let's do a bite without gravy. Then we're gonna add gravy. Okay. Do you want to close that? Do you want I think you're okay. Yeah. Yeah, I do want to see your stream. There's a few people that have commented on wanting their own streams too, and I say go for it. Yeah. And I did my stream is my own stream. I didn't really look around to see what others are doing. I'm not competing with anyone. I'm just doing what I do. So, yeah. This won't be the only stream with Shepherd's pie on it. Yeah, and that's okay. All right. So you can see close up. Maybe like this. You can see the layers. Yeah. Sort of all merged together. There's a lot of carrot showing on that side. There's more beef showing here. Okay. What I taste is mostly beef with the potato texture. Carrot, I don't taste too much, at least yet, because there isn't too much carrot, but carrot is a very, it just adds to the sweetness of it. Yeah, but, and the creamy texture, but it's beef, because I think we did a really good job with the beef and the gravy. The beef has beef broth and onion soup mix to flavor it, so it's flavorful, and a little bit of Worcestershire sauce too. So I don't know how important the carrot puree or the carrot mash is, but it definitely adds to the presentation. It's got a really nice orange hue to it. It's really bright, so it sort of breaks that bland potato color, that beigey potato color. So for that reason, I like it. And the taste is there. It's just that there's so much going on. The beef is very flavorful. That that's the strongest flavor I taste. And the potato and the carrot is more of a
complementary ingredient. So let me turn off the gravy and I'm going to smother some more on. Okay. Hope I'm not dripping. Okay, so you can see the gravy. Don't drip onto the main one. Just smother it on. Yeah. But it's not dry. It's very good. It turned out good. There's enough moisture in this cottage pie. I quite like it. Yeah, I was worried about it, but I'm glad that we did. I'm glad we added the gravy. And the carrot is very watery, so I think that was helpful too. So the beef gravy, it's hands down, beef gravy is always really, really good. There was a lot of onion. There were 3 onions that were chopped up and added to the beef. So the gravy is highly flavored and it's diluted with the water because I kept making more and more gravy. So it's nice. It's not salty. It's got enough salt. So I like it. It was salty to start off with, but when I diluted it, I think that helped. And yeah, the potato gives it a nice texture. This larger pie has more potato. The potato layer is thicker. The potato layer on this smaller pie is thinner. So I think each bite of pie from this bigger one will be more potatoey. And so that's still a nice balance against the savory, gravery, if that's even a word, meat. It is delicious. It's very, very good. You want some food? Okay, go to the small webcam, go ah, go ah. The cake, the little cake that I had is half eaten by Mr. Cook for Fun. He walked around through the living room, through the dining room, and he stuck his hand in and he grabbed some cake. Okay, and we also have dip. So let's try our dip. Okay, and I promised that I would present that nicely too. Okay. Okay, so I'm using this like dipping bowl, I guess you can call it. We need some nice colors. We need to sort of put this there. Okay, so that it looks nicer for the camera. And I'll get the dip. Okay, so here's our dip. Okay. Mr. Fun stole the cake, get him. Okay, so gotta put it here. I'll move some of this so that the focus is on the dip and not the pie. We don't want we're done with the pie. We're back, we've moved on. A shock of red would be good to improve the presentation. Maybe I'll just put a pinch of paprika. I don't have any red peppers. I guess chili flakes work too. Yeah, I can do chili. Just like a little smidget right in the middle. Or just actually, I don't have to because I've got the carrots. So I'll just go like that. And let me move these out of the way so that the focus is on the dip. Yeah, chili flakes. Okay, I can do some of that too. Chili flakes, red pepper, smoked paprika. I've got Hungarian paprika. Yeah, I've got that. This is hot. Okay. What a mess. But I'll get this cleaned up in like 15 minutes. Okay. See, this isn't that gorgeous. Okay. Smoked paprika. Oh, I do have smoked and Hungarian. What's this? Okay, there we go. Okay. What mess you can see. Okay. Little bit of. And it's just for looks. It's not that attractive. I guess I could have. I don't know. How do you make dip look attractive? You really do need that pumpernickel. Oh, it's empty. Go figure. Okay, I've got this Hungarian paprika. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, that's quite a bit. Okay. Actually, it looks. Can't see it. It's so small on the screen. Some chili flakes. Okay. So it might not be ready. Some of the vegetables might still be dry and hard, but give it a try. You know, I think these soup mixes have MSG in them. That makes them tasty. Okay. How many plates can we stack on top of each other? So I would do more, but I think this is my most accent, one of my more accent pieces I have. Otherwise, everything is clear or white or metal. So yeah, that's right. Don't judge a book by its cover. But on Twitch, you sort of do, because you can't taste it. You have to imagine the taste based on what you see and based on how I describe it. So if I can elevate that experience by just making it look better, it's good. Carrot ice cream. I like the green plate. It is. I've gotten comments on it. It's a leaf. Yeah, and we have a larger one too. I don't know. I think it was a gift from my mother-in-law. Okay, so dip. So it's sort of like, should have done it the other order, like the dip, and then the pie, and then the dessert. Like everything was sort of done backwards. The cake, and then the pie, and then the dip. All right, so let's try this. Okay, hopefully I don't get any hard vegetable chunks that haven't been softened yet. Okay. The flavor's good. I'm gonna be honest, it's not ready. It's still very powdery tasting and a little bit gritty from the vegetables that haven't been dissolved yet or haven't reconstituted. So I can taste that, but otherwise the flavor's nice. And it's spicy from adding the chili, which I wasn't expecting. Good gift. A gift from the family that I actually use. Good point. Yeah. Okay, that's better. I got some that was less gritty. That was more creamy. The creamy, yeah. I might just have to mix it more, just to double check. I'll make sure that it's very thoroughly mixed, but that's good. I might I might test this again on tomorrow's show, because by tomorrow it would have chilled overnight, and I think the flavor will improve. It's just a bit too too, the powder is too gritty for me right now, but the flavor is good. I definitely like the mayo and the sour cream and the water chestnut and the spinach. But the powder has to dissolve. It does taste very spinachy, for sure. Often when you scoop it, a large chunk of spinach comes out. So it's definitely a very spinach heavy dip. I would say of all the non-cream ingredients, the spinach and the chestnut are quite prominent, but you could omit the chestnut, because the chestnut only adds texture, like a nice crunchy texture. Not a gritty texture, but a crunchy texture. The spinach is like a vegetable. It's nice. It's like you're eating your vegetables, but it's the vegetables are coated with cream and fatty goodness. So let me try it again for you tomorrow. But tomorrow, we're excited. We're going to have Vietnamese spring and summer rolls. Spring rolls are deep fried. They've got a blend of pork, crab, and shrimp meat in them, in addition to taro vegetable, which I think a lot of people refer to as yuca. It's a root vegetable, and it's got a bit of glassy noodle in it. Some wood ear mushroom, and some onion, and fish sauce. I'll have to see. It's been a while. My recipe list. That's really good. And then summer rolls are similar, except they're not fried. They use a rice. Skin to wrap the roll. It's got noodle in it, shrimp, leafy romaine lettuce, mint, carrot. There isn't as much going on in the roll itself. But the dipping sauce for that is really, really nice. I can make 2 dipping sauces. So for the spring roll, people use a peanut butter sauce. I'm actually allergic to peanut butter, so I'm going to use a soy butter sauce. It's a peanut butter substitute. It's called Wow Butter. It's from Canada. I think there are other companies out there that make peanut butter substitute, but the one I have is called Wow Butter. It's made of soybean. So that's supposed to work well with the spring roll. And the other sauce for the summer roll will be a sweet chili lime dipping sauce. Yeah, that's really good. Sometimes I think the sauce is better than the actual food you dip in it. Yeah, like when people eat vegetables with dip, they're not eating vegetables, they're eating dip. They're tricking themselves into believing that they're so healthy, but they're actually loading on the dip. But it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you, username. We're actually going to call it a day as well. We're finished making all of our food items. It is almost 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, so that's a very long stream. That's 6.5 hours. But thank you so much for joining. I'll take this bite and I'll finish. Yeah. And I'll see if our little friend is around to say goodbye. I promised that he would show up, so. But if I don't see you, goodbye, username, and I'll just be back with our little friend if he's around. Are you around? You're here. Hi. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, thanks everyone.
for joining us on Cook for Fun TV. If you're celebrating Mother's Day this weekend, have yourself a wonderful Mother's Day weekend. And if not, have yourself a wonderful weekend, great day. We'll see you next time. We're back here again, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the same time zone as New York. We'll be making Vietnamese spring and summer rolls. Thanks to the moderators. You're all volunteers and you help to keep the chat room and the conversation healthy and welcoming and a lot of fun. So thanks again for your help. Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you have any viewers requests, do share them. Join us on our Twitter. It's Twitter/Cook4Fun TV. You'll see pictures of today's foods. You can post your pictures too. Love to see what culinary creations you have to share. And we shall see you next time. Okay. Bye. Bye. Ciao.